5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Finally got there. Hello, good evening, everybody. Apologies for the tardiness of our lateness of arrival, but I fell asleep this afternoon, so there we go. But thank you for waiting and sticking with us. And poor old Tom was doing his best to try and get it ready for me, but as I hadn't loaded anything up, he wasn't able to. We were busy this afternoon.
We were indeed, mate. Yeah, we had a cracking chat with good old Stefan Borson, who came on the channel and gave us a nice update on where he felt Leicester's PSR situations were at this very moment in time. It's definitely worth going back and having a watch of this one, guys. Very insightful to see the inside knowledge on where we are right now, what might be upcoming for us.
Do you know what I love? I mean, every fan base has them. Every club has them as fans, but there's some fucking stupid wankers that support Leicester City. You know, the one guy got it right. He says, "I didn't think this, but I could be wrong." And then somebody else, but there's a few people going in there saying, "Doesn't know what he's talking about. We're not getting a PSR for last year," which was one of the things he suggested might be deleting it. Like, well, of course, you're an uneducated East Midlands moron. He's done this for a job. This is his living. Of course you know better than he does with your 2.0 levels and you're painting, walls or whatever you're doing. I mean, come on, get real.
Well, he's done it as a job, hasn't he? What was interesting, I found, Chris, was that the 20 million figure I suspected we'd fallen shy of was actually correct, because I wasn't sure from my own research, but I did suspect it was around about 20 million for last year. We were short on the account. So, yeah, it's time to start drinking, everyone. This cycle of PSR might not be over for us yet, sadly.
No. Hello, everybody in the chat. I'm sorry, I'm not having to go at anybody in particular. Just go on to my my Twitter feed or X feed, whatever you want to call it, and I couldn't even be bothered to reply to them. I'm thinking, like, yeah, of course, you know so much more, don't you?
I think a lot of it is just general frustration, and when people get frustrated, we all do it. I've done it at times. We get a bit lashy, don't we? And we want to try. It doesn't excuse it, but you've got to try and show some understanding, I guess, as well, and just let them vent.
Yeah, I mean, Paul says there, cheers, Paul. Experienced, enjoyed the PSR vid, made some good points. This is what it's all about, and the fact that people are coming in going, and this is the wokeness of the world today, I know this and therefore I'm right, it's right, it's opinions. He's giving his opinions, as it says there, a financial expert. You put your paintbrushes down and think that you know better than him. But the one person that said, "I didn't think, blah, 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 but I could be wrong," spot on, mate. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it.
You've got to remember, though, of course, a lot of people who've seen it would have enjoyed it and also would have been silent in their response. I mean, that's the thing. We always normally hear the loud noises, don't we? So.
Yeah, affordable's in, high affordable. He says, just watch the PSR vid and good show. Scott as well. Thank you very much, Scott. I mean, look, it's there. I mean, I've put there, click the link to catch up. If you go on to either the Facebook group or the my X account, you'll see its link there as well. And I've got to say, what confused me was, as I have finished talking to you earlier, Tom, that all my football stuff was coming up on my personal Facebook.
Was it really? I didn't notice that, mate. You should have told me to look for you.
Yeah, well, no, I was playing about. Eventually, it righted itself. I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? But there we go. But no, please do go and check that out. No, there's not answers because nobody knows the answers. The only people that know the answers are those that work for the Premier League or work for the EFL, and they ain't talking to. Well, are we influencers? But they're not talking to video, people, are they? So. But anyway, we've got a matter of a match coming up later on. These are tonight's games, Tom. There's going to be some games tomorrow as well. Charlton hosting Derby. Coventry Millwall, that should be a good game actually. As should Ipswich Bristol. Oxford will be hoping to get something at home to QPR. Preston bouncing back, but they've got a difficult home game against Hull. Sheffield Wednesday, bless them, they're still there, are going to be playing Birmingham City. Swansea Blackburn, that's a bit of a bottom half derby. West Brom Norwich, neither of them, well, Norwich are kind of in a bit of form at the moment. Wrexham, of course, and they're all 7:45 kickoffs. And then Wrexham are hosting Leicester City. I think Wrexham lost at the weekend, didn't they?
Yeah, they did finally. Yeah, lost at home to Norwich. I mean, if you look at the games tonight, you would say that this is the biggest set of fixtures we have for quite a while, because West Brom obviously on the verge of getting dragged into a relegation scrap, playing against a team that's trying to get out of one. And then you've also got Millwall away at Coventry, which I think could be a banana skin for Coventry. Millwall fan, I see you're in there, mate, and I've got a feeling you guys are going to do well tonight, because Coventry weren't all that. We just had a gift to them on Saturday, weren't we? So, yeah. And then you've got the Oxford maybe getting their first home win under their new manager against QPR, didn't score last time. Hull have got the most away wins in the Championship this season against the Preston team that lost at home last time out. I think, Chris, it's a fascinating round this time.
Yeah.
And we've got a new member as well, Chris. Mad Jason. Thank you very much, my friend. I'll let you take over, boss.
No. Cheers, Matt. I saw it come up and I thought you'd message yourself, because when I'm looking at this full screen, so I can't see all the bits at the side, and it just came up that he'd put. I didn't realise that's what you'd done. Mad Jason, really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. It's only $1.99. You don't get an awful lot because I haven't got an awful lot to give. But there's that's the fun of being split from your ex-wife. But no, she's all right. But no, I do appreciate that. $1.99, as I always say, not even the cost of half a pint of beer. So there you go. So let's have a look. This is how it's standing at the moment. We are there, highlighted in 13th place, unlucky for some, and we're playing a Wrexham team who are in 10th. I had to really stare then, to be honest with you. Look, we're on 37 points. It'd be nice to get to 40 because we've got this points deduction coming up. But Wrexham are on 40, so they're 3 points ahead of us.
Well, exactly. I mean, after the conversation today, it's become very apparent that we need to get as many points as possible, as quickly as possible, just in case the worst case scenario does, manifest itself in a couple of weeks, even though it probably should have happened in January. But we don't want to get caught in a position where we get a points deduction, say, in February or March time, and then we're, looking, oh, God, we've got to get ourselves out of this, right? So, yeah, so it's a big game for us tonight. I also do fear, Chris, obviously, Wrexham coming into this off their first home defeat in quite a while, and also they've won a good run of 5 games in the win. I think this is going to be very difficult for us because they've started to dream about those playoffs themselves, haven't they?
Well, yes, yeah. And look, you can't say, even if we win a couple of games, you can't say we're an informed team or whatever. It's just like, which Leicester's going to turn up tonight, isn't it?
Well, exactly, yeah. And my fear is tonight is that Wrexham are a team with pushback as well. I mean, we haven't got to their team. We'll get to it a bit later on, guys, but they're going for a different formation tonight to us as well. So it's going to be a fascinating encounter for that and how it all pans out. But we're going to have to be resilient tonight. We are, unfortunately. Let's have a... Oh, no, the BBC haven't got Leicester's team up yet. We're having a discussion there, and you were saying that they were discussing in the chat as well, who's where and what have you. And I've got it. Now, this is according to the Mercury.
Okoli as right back,
Yeah.
and Chowdhury as left back.
Yeah, it's just interesting the way the club posted it because they made it look like it was Hamza at right back and a Cody at left back. So we're going to have to see when the game starts on that one. But I think that's the main thing coming into this game with the team, isn't it? Because it was said about how we're not playing any wing backs today. And that is a fair point. I think you would argue Luke Thomas had a torrid time last time out, and he really is the only left back option we got at the moment.
Yeah. And Ricardo as the right wing back. Hasn't really got the legs now to do that, has he? Interestingly, Okoli. No, it says here on the Leicestershire Live key events. Okoli at right back.
Yeah, so they must have switched. It would make more sense. Okoli can play right back. Okay, it is a little bit pigeonholey, as is Hamza at left back. But like I say, we are very limited on squad numbers all of a sudden, aren't we? And I mean, you could argue a Luca can go in there, but
if he used some of the youngsters.
Well, this is true. I mean, I do think Luke Thomas had to come out tonight just because it was like after the Millwall game, wasn't it, where he took an utter hammering, and it's just not good to keep putting him in the position where teams are targeting him and, finding space around him and his defensive side of his game's being shown up. So I do think that's true. I mean, Neil's raised a good point there. Could it be a 3-5-2? And I wonder if that's part of the reason for this team selection, because he can shift into a 3-5-2 to counter Wrexham's 3-5-2.
Well, the BBC have now finally put it up. Look, Leicester Mercury always say this is a 4-3-3. They always call it that.
Yeah.
I don't think it ever is. But the BBC have put theirs up now, and they've gone 4-2-3-1, the same. But they have got Chowdhury at right back and Okoli at left back.
It's going to be a fascinating one at the start of the game, isn't it? The way we play, though, we don't really play with a striker. It might as well be a 4-2-4 in actuality, Chris, because Jordan Ayew comes so deep, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm just having a look here at Okoli on transfer market, because that's the one I generally think has probably got things right on. And he's neither a right nor a left back.
No. He is an out-and-out centre-back, isn't he? Yeah. I think if you were to stretch him, he can play right back, but in theory, it's not his position at all.
He's always on the right at the back too, isn't he?
Well, that's right. Yeah, he's on that right-hand side. I mean, we did it with Wout Faes once, didn't we, when he was here, and he went onto the left-back position. So, we're in that position now where we're utilising centre-backs. And interestingly enough as well, Vestergaard's come back in, which means we've got a bit more of a slower option now. Like I say, Vesti's actually, I think, been on average a 6 out of 10, which has been one of the highest performances for a defender this year. But it does mean we're going to be a little bit slower as well with this back four, in my opinion.
You see, they've got Hamza Chowdhury as a defensive midfielder, central midfield, or right back. I mean, it's completely... I give up. Let me just say, I give up. I've decided I do not understand this game anymore. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing and talking about. The thing I need is, the reason that I went with this was because that's where Leicestershire Live, and they were the first ones to actually come out with it. Thank you very much, Leicestershire Live. But he has played that role earlier a couple of games ago, didn't he?
Well, that's right. Yeah, when we got into that situation, I think, he did come into it, didn't he? I mean, it's a good question there, right back incoming. I mean, this raises the question about Koulibaly and his treatment. I don't think he's particularly brilliant, but we just need a body, don't we, who can play in that role. And, I think that hasn't gone very well for the football club, and we spent money, and we need a left back and a right back, because it's either that or we needed to have got a Luco up to speed by now. But once again, do you chuck him into this game when you could face a lot of pressure from a team that's going to play 3-5-2?
I've always said square pegs, square holes.
Yeah, it makes it's the way you want to play it, because players playing out of position isn't good for them either, is it?
No. Why is Aluko therefore only on the bench?
Well, I don't think he has faith in him after the Southampton debacle, where it was a bit too much for him too soon. And then obviously he gets, the red card incredibly quickly. I did say maybe against Coventry, we should have kept with him after his start the last time out. And if it was heading south, then you make the change early enough before he gets himself into trouble, because that way he's getting a run of games and we can consider him for this. But it's interesting how, obviously, again, Ricardo, I mean, he's not been great again. I mean, this is the thing, Chris. I'm in two minds about this entire team selection. So I go, yeah, Thomas didn't play well. Ricardo didn't play well. But we're gambling on these guys playing well in the position they're not suited to.
I know what you're saying. Look, this is the way I always see these things, is that, and I'm looking at Aluko now, and his main position is right back. He can also play centre back and left back. He did all right against Cheltenham. Now, yes, I know that it's a
League
2 team, but we're playing Wrexham here, not Coventry. Let's call a spade a spade. We're not playing a team that is challenging to win the title here.
No, we're playing a team that I suspect might score more than Coventry did.
Oh, possibly, yeah. But what I'm saying is, as you know from my thoughts the other day on the post-match, as drunk as I was, that this to me, the Coventry game was a free hit. I don't care what anybody says. It was a free hit. I expected us to lose. We did lose, in my opinion. It's only my opinion, of course. Does somebody like a Luco, does he start at right back? Because he did all right at right back against Cheltenham. So let him start against Wrexham. Because you've got a right back. Now, is a right back, let's say a Luco. He's not particularly good, let's say, or he wasn't particularly good, let's say, against Southampton, was he?
But
as a left back or right back, which is his positions, is even somebody of his standard better than a centre back that's been put into that right back position?
That is the main question, isn't it, Chris? And that is the one that Marty's gone for tonight. And it's his reputation and his job on the line with the team selection, isn't it? I mean, I think a lot of us would like to have seen Aluko just continue in the team and then work around that, because you learn so much from just being involved and getting stuck in, right? And I think he's got all the physical attributes to be a good footballer. And I quite like a lot of his game, but it's just that inexperience, isn't it? And the cynicalness of some of the things he's done under a bit of pressure we need to kind of work out. And it only comes from playing minutes. That's one position in particular I think that we should have probably gambled per se.
But like I said, I just don't see why. I think playing somebody that isn't in that position, although be it they're a better player, in that other position negates anything you're getting by playing the better player.
Well, this is true, and I think also it extends to the question of our defence has been terrible this year. Our conceding run now in consecutive games is getting to astronomical levels. I said the other day it's bigger than Oxford's. Oxford had more clean sheets than us in a row, which is insane, isn't it? When you think of where they are, we've now conceded more goals than we went down under Holloway, and the back four today is a bodge job again, because that's what we've got to work with. And they've been looked a bodge job against Coventry because they were playing the second goal onside. Nelson was out there, and the rest were in a line. And you think this is not conducive to a good result tonight? Is it irrelevant?
No. Look, Vestergaard back, I'm not disappointed in.
No, his experience.
Yes, that is it. I mean, look, the thing I don't like about Vestergaard is when he tries to play him further upfield. We were defending high. He can't defend high. I have Vestergaard at the centre of a back three with Copley and Nelson either side of him.
Perfect.
And he's in that sweeper role. Those two go forward. Because it doesn't matter. He can play a good pass out from the penalty box just as easily as the halfway line. So don't send him forward because he can't come back. That's my only. But I fair enough putting him in here. I don't know why he's dropped. Well, he's moved a Coley over, hasn't he? James and Jordan. No, sorry, James and Jordan. Jordan James and Oliver Skip. Yeah, that goes without saying. Fatawu Mavididi, kind of, I guess, got to start with them, but whether they will play the full 90 or not, I guess one of them will. One of them might be swapped. Bobby Reid, fair enough. I mean, he had his Brazilian moment in his setup for Jordan James's goal. I want to talk. Guess who? I want to talk about Jordan fucking Ayew.
Okay, let's see what you've got to say. This is going to be interesting. Divisive character in the fan base right now.
He is. Right. This is what I put up when we did the review show. This was his stats, right? This was his stats against who did we play? Oh, right.
Coventry,
right? This is your number 9, ladies and gentlemen. And I've got to say, I can't bloody read it, but he had zeros all the way down there, as you can see. No shots, no assists, therefore no goals. This is your number 9. He didn't have a fucking shot in 70 minutes.
Yeah.
What the fuck was he doing? Was he at the corner flag having a wank?
I was going to say, you finish your rant, mate. It's more important.
But he does. Why have you got a number 9 that's not having a shot? It's like putting a goalkeeper in that doesn't make a save. Jordan Ayew is the Danny Ward of the striking department. He is fucking useless. Bring him on for 10 or 15 minutes when you're holding on or you need a goal, because he will go down, get you a free kick, and you might get a goal from that, or he'll go down, get you a free kick and break the play up and give you a rest. He does fuck all else, but he gets 70 minutes and then he goes and starts the next game. And where the fuck is Jake Evans?
Yeah, mate, you've got some good points.
Over to you, Tom. Over to you.
Let me play a slight devil's advocate. I've not been overly impressed with him, but I will say this as well. Jordan Ayew's been up there. Karan's has been up there. Dak has been up there. The same problem has persisted no matter who the striker is, and that is that they're not getting any service. We're not getting high enough up the pitch a lot of the time in order to provide service, and that's why Jordan Ayew, I think, goes AWOL, as people have rightly said, because I think he's getting frustrated and he comes back too deep to try and win the ball, which completely kills him from being in the position he should be. It is basics of tactics in football, isn't it? If your number 9 is not there in the box or in and around the box, being a fox in the box, we like to say, then you're not going to particularly score goals, are you? Especially in this formation, which is very dependent on. And this is the difficult thing with Jordan Ayew, because he was getting, pointing fingers and getting frustrated with people around him. And I look at people like in the entire team that have done this season, and it's led to individual mistakes on the pitch. And it comes back to that whole thing again of, we haven't got a good tactical thing going on here right now. We haven't got a good team. We've got a group of individuals, and they're all trying in certain degrees and certain levels of effort as well. And it's just such a mess. I mean, I to be honest, mate, I looked at it and went, I don't know who I'd pick up top today. I know you're saying about Jake Evans, but what if he's not going to get any service? I mean, what's the bloody point?
No, but at least he might get a shot. And at least if you have a shot, as we said the other day, we were talking about Kramaric. When he came on in that season, at least he was having shots. Some of them put up in Rose Ed, but all the other team in that long losing streak that we had, they got up to the edge of the penalty box and were too scared to have a shot. How can you number 9 get... Look, I'll say it again. No goals, because he had no shots. None were on target. Surprise, surprise. No assists. How can that player be picked to start again? Fucking hell, put Mongo up front. Put Bekovic up front. He might even have a shot. I mean, they send goalkeepers up in the 90th minute. Put him on from the start. He'll do better than this fucking wanker.
Let's go back to the old days and Chuck Vestergaard up front, just start hoofing balls forward, because I think that's the only way we're going to score goals right now, because we're not actually committing to the forward part. Do you know what the interesting thing about this is, Chris, is that you've mentioned other players like Kramaric. Nigel Pearson had his players making sure they were attacking the ball in the box. If that didn't happen one week, it was happening the next week, because that's a tactical thing. You go back to the QPR fans and what they said about Marty. This is something that's been commonplace for Marty Cifuentes, unfortunately, going back to QPR. They had a lack of ability, a lack of aggression at the top end of the pitch. They weren't high enough up. There was too much deep play. And then this season, it's been Fatawu wonder goals half the time. It's got us out of it. But you can't rely on halfway shot goals. And this is why I get so frustrated with the manager, Chris, because that seems to be football 101 in this shape and this system. And he can't even execute the shape he wants to play.
No.
It's really bad.
By Millwall. Sorry, I was meaning that. By Millwall. Thanks for popping in. Good luck to you.
Coventry, go on.
Yeah, go and smash Coventry for us. So I said, Jordan Ayew goes on and he gets you a free kick, gets you a foul. He never won any tackles.
No. The referees aren't giving them for him, are they? They're seeing him as going down too easy this year. You notice they're trying to get up.
22 fouls. He won 3 in 70 minutes. What the hell is he doing? Like I said, he's found him out. Corner flag. He's found some nice woman in the crowd. He stood there, dropped his shorts, wanking off at her while the game's going on all around, allegedly. So I just don't get. Why? Why is this man? He, to me, I used to say about Wout Faes, my hero from I've got the statue for there.
The guy you said you've collected.
Exactly, yes. Although take that wig off and it could be Jordan Ayew. But I used to say that he was taking up somebody else's oxygen. This guy is. Totally 100%. Fuck Ayew off, really. I'm sorry. I'm some may accuse me of sitting on the fence, but I want you to know where I stand on this.
No, great, mate. I mean, it's a well reasoned frustration because we are looking around and we're seeing frustration from the players, but like we need to see the players. I mean, I'm at the point now. You know how we get accused sometimes of the inmates running the asylum at Leicester.
Yeah.
It's happened a few times, especially with Claudio and stuff. 10 years ago. I'm at the point now. If I'm the players, I'm like, John, we do it our way. Because if this is what Marty's telling us to do, then I think we're going to have to go our own way to start scoring goals.
Yeah. Trash and high. Should Page be kept as a number 9 or put as a number 9? Anybody. Absolutely anybody. Well, maybe not Daka.
I like my Vestergaard idea. I just think bugger it. We're terrible. Just hoof it long to Vestergaard. They just cut out the middle, man. We can't pass anyway.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember, I don't know which World Cup it was, but the manager of England was Bobby Robson. And we got through to I think it was the semi-finals. We lost to
1990, wasn't it? Or 94?
Like yeah, 94. And what was 1990? Was that the Euros? I don't know, but it was a World Cup, and we started really badly. And you know what? The players went to see. Oh yes, Jim. Oh yes, and the players went up to Bobby Robson, Sir Bobby, and said, "Look, this isn't working. Blah blah blah. We're struggling. We think this." Bobby Robson went away, and this I think was at the end of the group stage. We just managed to get through the group stage. He went away, and he came back, and he actually implemented a lot of what they said.
Yeah.
And then, do you know what? We got through to the semi-finals. We lost on penalties to Italy, I think it was. And he's suddenly thinking, wow, there's a manager, and that's why Bobby Robson was a good manager, because he listened. A good manager doesn't always have all the best ideas.
No.
And it's like when I'm taking it from one extreme to the other. But when I'm doing stuff for the channel, like the other day I was talking about we're changing the logo and what have you, and I knew which one I liked, but I asked you all which ones you thought. None of you went for the one I liked, so I picked it anyway. But that's not the point. You know what I mean? But you do. I always said to my staff, if you've got an idea about something, come and tell me. I don't always have the best ideas. My job is not to always have the best ideas, but to listen to you and what you can come up with. And that's what Bobby Robson did.
I think the problem with that is we've got a social group at Leicester City Football Club right now that is either very cliquey in small groups or completely disconnected. It's not like the days where the boys used to go out for coffee together, is it? And there was a complete, like a loving unit with all Brighton, with, your Vardis, I think those days sadly have passed us by now, and that creates part of the problem, Chris. Who is going to be able to be that person to say it to him?
Well, yes. Marty's arrived. He looks like he's Sky got Hamza as a number as the left back as well. So interesting. The subs there, Bekovic, I think he should be starting. Ricardo Aluko, I think he should be starting. Luke Thomas, no, he shouldn't be starting. Samare definitely shouldn't be starting. Page, there's an argument for him. Thomas, Monga, and then Daka. I think, yes, we are a thin squad, but let's have a look and go, well, actually, if we use some of these other players, we haven't got such a small squad. It's just this wanker that's manager at the moment, like the last wanker we had. What is it? Is it part of the job description? Do not apply for the manager's job at Leicester unless you're a complete tosser.
I think part of the problem is that we've had such a short-sighted approach to how the club's been run, which is why we've had a good show today about PSR and how that seems to be lingering on further than any of us would like. And then you actually look at it and go, well, Marty is having to manage to the short term. He can't really go out there. Because at the start of this season, we should have been blooding Page. Yeah, I know. Sorry, but I got a little bit. I haven't even done a drink today. This is terrible. But I still look at people like Braybrook and go, Braybrook, yeah, it's great he's going out there and getting minutes, but surely we could have done with him here getting minutes here with us, just in case we have injuries, just in case Sumari and Winks go, and then we're down those numbers. It kind of feels like we are not prepared to end up in a position in a minute where we're going to end up like this, where we've got a squad basically where we're playing 4 centre backs across the back 4 because we haven't prepared ourselves for any other eventuality. And if all we got's the young players, you have to have the thought in your head to go in the summer, we better get these boys bedded into the team now. So when we get later down the season, it's not going to cost us. And Chris, I've been saying it since the start of the season. We did pre-season friendlies together. I was like, yes, we've got to get these guys involved because it's going to matter later. We've got 12 players out of contract coming up the end of the season who are probably going to leave the club, if not others, right? And look at where we are now. It's so short-sighted, and it starts from the top.
Totally. Now, I've upset Jim already today.
Right, the Luke Thomas thing, or?
Well, we've got, and I'm going to say to everybody here, we've got a new layout for the show. Well, we're not a new layout, but we switched things around a little bit. Again, look, being a good manager, if you like, I looked at sort of the matches where I've been away in Lanzarote, and I've looked at the matches when I was down the pub. And you played Coventry. And I looked at the job Tom was doing, and Tom has done a very good job of doing the commentary.
Thank you very much.
I actually was sort of, if you look at me, half the time I've got my head down because I'm writing the notes, So we've had a bit of a move around. Tom will now be doing the commentary during the game, which allows me to make the notes without having to sort of look away from the camera or anything, although some would say that is brilliant. So Tom will be doing the commentary. But again, that's like a manager going, you know what? Tom's actually better than I am, in my opinion. Let's get him doing it.
Different.
But that's, well, no, all right, we'll agree to disagree on that. But do you know what I mean? So I know I'm saying, yeah, I love doing it, but do you know what? Yeah, I'm not going to. So, and then Wayne will be joining us at half time because Tom can have the whole half time off then and go and water the plants and shake hands with the unemployed and all that. So Wayne will be joining me at half time. And what we're going to do is Jim will then be with us at full time. So it's the main four of us. Is I've given Jim, to do a player watch. So he will actually watch all the different players. One different player, and give us his opinion on him. I had given him Luke Thomas because he got such a stick in the other game that I said, go to Luke Thomas. Now, bless him, he has spent hours doing homework on Luke Thomas. Love you to bits, Jim. Absolutely love you, mate. So, of course, right at the last minute, and I mean last minute, because the team doesn't come out till 15 minutes, an hour and 15 before kickoff, I had to go with another player. So I've gone for Jordan Ayew.
Which is remarkable, bear in mind your rant to start the show. So it's going to be interesting to see if that rant is justified by the end of the show with what Jim's got to say. It's going to be fascinating as a front through run.
Yeah. And Jim, if you're watching, if you go onto the BBC website, go on to this game and go into sort of the lineup. At the end of the game, if you click on it, if you click on the actual player, that comes up all down the side there. So that will help you with your analysis as well. So
he's seen it in the chat, mate.
Yeah. So that's how you bring that up, and like I say, it will help you. But that's what made me thinking, like, well, hang on, I'm not. Let's have a look and see if he is as bad as we are all saying.
Affordable, by the way. I've seen your questions about Wrexham, mate. I'll get some when we talk about Wrexham because you've got some good questions there about how do we get past Wrexham today.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So these are the match stats. 10th playing 13th. They've got a 3% home advantage. AI, who, she's not so well. She's in bed with a cold at the moment, but I is saying that 41% chance that she's waiting for me. I said, if I'm not there, start yourself. 41%.
Keep digging, mate. Keep digging. Come on.
41% chance of Wrexham winning. 31% chance of Leicester. We've both played 14 games. There you can see Wrexham have only lost one in the last 5. Leicester are doing what I call football quick step. Lost, won, lost, won, lost. Last 5 games, home games, Wrexham have again only lost 1. The last 5 away, we've lost the last 3 away games. Goals, 39-34 for Wrexham, 38-40 for us. XG, our XG is actually better than theirs. I don't know what that says.
That's because we had a few shots from the halfway line to build it up a little bit.
Yeah. And XGA, which is your actual XG versus expected, plus 0.16 for Wrexham, plus 0.08 for us. Clean sheets at home, Wrexham have got 21% of their games they keep a clean sheet.
We had a clean sheet this year at home. I didn't realise it's been that long.
Yeah, well,
Coventry.
Well, yeah, but no, we've. So at home, sorry, I'm confused now. At home, sorry, Wrexham have kept 3 clean sheets.
Yeah.
Out of 14 games, I think it is, out of 14 home games, they've kept 3 clean sheets, 21%.
Sorry.
Out of 14 away games, we've kept 1 clean sheet.
Oh, I thought that was our home figure, and I was like, isn't it sod's law for Leicester? We have 1 clean sheet at home, and it's against the team that's top of the league.
Yeah, 7%. They have not failed to score in any home game.
There
you
go.
Just consider that. We are the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah,
that's not going to change.
I've been
exactly.
Leicester with my predictions, haven't I, Chris? But you might imagine I've gone for Wrexham to win tonight by quite a high.
Well, that will back you up, I think. Leicester on the away side, we have only failed to score twice.
Interesting. That's surprising, actually. Really surprising.
Yeah, we've lost a lot, but we've always sort of, it's been like 2-1, 3-1 or whatever. And look, points per game there, home and away, 1.64 home points per game for Wrexham, 1.07 away points per game for Leicester. Looking at that, what score did you go for?
I've gone for Wrexham to win 3-0, I'm afraid. I don't think tonight against a back 5, when they defend back, we're going to have any chance of getting through. And unfortunately, they've got the fact they lost to Norwich last time. I want to put that right as well. And their home fans as well, extra man for them.
Yeah. I think that backs you up, don't you?
I think sadly so, yeah, because I do obviously with the Championship Review show go through a lot of this as well. Not to say, the thing is actually when you go through the review, it's still very hard to predict because it's such a funny league, isn't it? But I just think that the way the stars are aligning for us right now, I can't see anything apart from a confident Wrexham win, unfortunately.
Now, please never say that I waste my afternoons. Here we've got some more facts. Now, these ones are done by Opta.
Yeah.
So, they are on. So, shot accuracy. Look, well, the green is where Wrexham are better than us. Oh, dear.
Yeah. Quite a lot of green there for Wrexham. We look like a traffic light that's been broken down for the whole day.
Yes, yeah. Having said that, it's pretty close. Shots accuracy percentage, 46.8 for Wrexham, 45.9 for us. Shots on target, 103 for them, 101 for us. I didn't think we got that many. Goals from inside the box, they've got 30. They've got 32, but we've got 30 goals from inside the box. 4 of their goals are from outside, 7 of ours are from outside, including obviously Mr. Fataru. 196 chances created, 222 chances for us. Again, that shows how more cynical they are because they get more goals from fewer chances. Clearances, all right, 933, 932. Yeah, it seems like interceptions, they made 229, we made 208. They blocked 129 shots, we've blocked 96. But there is, as you say, and I find these things fascinating. I really do. I've got to say, when you look at that, it's embarrassing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little bit, mate, unfortunately. Yeah, it just shows what a difference I think a collective team can make as well. Because the thing you'll say about Wrexham is they're not the prettiest team to watch, but the one thing they will do is they will rally and try and win that ball off you at every opportunity. When they played against Nottingham Forest in the FA Cup, the end play in the final third wasn't pretty. It was very scrappy. It was very much trying to win balls back, but they force their way through and they get the ball in the back of the net, don't they? So I think when we come up against teams like this, we normally look our worst version of ourselves as well. So So
I was
especially
about to panic then, because I was about to say the players are walking onto the pitch, but it's Coventry playing Millwall now, because of course we don't kick off till 8.
no.
Hi Gray, how you doing? Hi Nate, everybody's coming in. Please don't tell me I waste my afternoons. All right, here what you've got is, can I just say...
You just send these to Marty because he's actually got the pitch marked out there as well, and you could tell him where to put the players, especially in the attacking third.
Well, this is it. I mean, and can I just say, before anybody says, I did not colour these in, right? This was already done. So the top one is Wrexham. Now, the zones that are labelled purple are where Wrexham gain 55% of total touches or more. So if they get more than 55% of the touches, they are in purple. Pink is where they show where the opposition gets more touches, and the grey areas are considered, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other.
Okay.
And exactly the same applies below. So don't start thinking, oh, well, we're pink then. No, where it's purple, we get the majority, 55% or more touches, and where it's pink, the opposition do. So, I mean, looking at that, they are very, very unactive. I'm surprised in that, if you like, central half of our pitch, aren't they?
I'm trying to work out which goal they're attacking in this and which one we're attacking in it.
We're both, I think, are going from left to right.
Okay, that's interesting, but that shows you then that Wrexham look to be very good, especially in the area of the wings. So they're very good at crossing balls in, and Kiefer Moore's back in tonight after spending some time out of the team, which would really line up to the fact they want to get down the wings with this 5 at the back, using those wing backs to get the width, which will overrule us in midfield for numbers as well, Chris, and then get crosses in. So yeah, we got to hope tonight the Vestergaard in particular is going to be at his best heading game, and like was well put earlier on by someone in the chat, I do apologise, I can't quite credit you. We need to not be playing out from the back too much tonight. We need to be getting rid of it and trying to win the ball higher up the pitch. Yeah.
So purple is where the team, as I say, that's highlighted. So that's Leicester or Wrexham, where they maybe I should have put the Wrexham badge on the left as well. Because from what I understand, like I said, they're all going from left to right. So that's how
Great point from Paulo there. Wrexham are vulnerable on the break. If we can keep Fatawu in behind that the fullback position and in with the centre back, then we've got a gap player. But we need to play him in long. If we're going to try and play through him, we got no chance. Sorry, Chris.
No. You carry on, sir. Right. Before the match kicks off, I need to go and join the unemployed queue as well. So and get another. I've only just opened this. It's going down rather well, unfortunately. I picked the wrong time to give up drinking. Get your predictions in, guys. I know Paul already has there. Get your predictions in for the game, and I will let Tom do this.
Yeah, let's talk through the Wrexham team tonight then, guys. And like Chris said, get your predictions in the chat there. They are 3-5-2 tonight. So this is going to be an interesting matchup because they're not lined up like for us. But like has been suggested, I do wonder with our team selection if we have the option to shift to a 3-5-2 a little bit easier with the players we got out there. I've gone for 3-0 Wrexham tonight as my prediction, but I am known in the prediction league group because they did the tally on the numbers of the guys giving Leicester the most predicted losses this season. I'm a terrible fan. I do apologise. I did put us to beat Coventry 4-1 though, and if we played 90 minutes like the first half, who knows? But anyway, coulda, woulda, shoulda. In goal tonight, they've got a Okonkwo. No Danny Ward, he's still out injured. Okonkwo's a pretty good shot stopper, but there's areas of his game he's a little bit weak, really. I think with crosses and all the rest of it. So I suggest we want to get some corners tonight and try and utilise Vestergaard and Okoli's height and try and put him under pressure a bit that way. They got a back three of Cleworth, who just signed a new deal for them this week. They got Hyam, who's got a lot of championship experience. And of course, they got Doyle there, who was on loan at Leicester 2 years ago when we were with Enzo Maresca. So interesting to see him come up against us tonight, as well as another ex-Leicester man we'll get to shortly. They got a right wing back, Longman, who can also play as a right winger, which obviously is very well rounded for them, and Casera as well, who I really quite rate as a left wing back. So they're two very dangerous players and ones we're going to have to watch. Matty James, of course, signed a new deal with Wrexham again, so he's sticking around there, and credit to him. You think his career was looking a little bit on rocky ground because of the injuries. He is a big part of what Wrexham him do. And obviously, he was a great player for us as well when he played for us. So he's the second ex-Leicester player we got to face today. And then he's got Ben Sheaf alongside him, who of course used to play for Coventry. Attacking mid, they got Rathbone sat in there, as well as O'Brien. And of course, these midfield can go back into a 4 if need be. And then up top today, coming back in rather surprisingly, is Kiefer Moore, I felt, because Smith, who'd been playing for the last 4 games, had been scoring every game. So he'd come in as a bit of an outside option for them and had really put a marker down to that first team place. So Kiefer Moore coming back in, I think, shows they're trying to match up against the physicality we possess in the centre-back positions with Vestergaard, Nelson and Okoli. So I guess that makes sense there. On the bench, they got Burton as a backup goalkeeper, Scar as defender, Kabore, who I really quite like as a right back. He's very chaotic, a right wing back as well. Very pacey, Man City youngster, very raw. Kind of reminds me of what Jeffrey Schlupp used to be like for us, but he's got a bit of chaos about him. And I do worry if in the second half we've got some tired legs and they pull him out of the rabbit, from the hat, so to speak, because he can really attack and cause some danger down the side. They got Dobson as well and Thomason, 2 centre mids on the bench. They got Josh Windass, of course, who was linked with us and we quite had a look at for attacking mid, and Broadhead, who was a £10 million signing for them from Ipswich. And then they got Rodriguez, who's been registered recently. He's got a lot of championship experience, and Smith. So yeah, it's going to be a very difficult one tonight, because I look at their 11 and their bench, Chris, and I think they've actually probably got better players than us, and it's crazy to say that.
Well, it's crazy, but it's true.
I think it is.
As a song went. Can I just say, although I'm not going to be doing the commentary, I'm still Gray and there's a couple of other mods in as well. Still relying on you guys to look after the chat if you can, and I appreciate it when you do it every week. So thanks for that. I mean, what? I mean, I just you've gone 3-0.
Yeah, I've gone 3-0.
I have to say, I'm going 3-1.
Okay, you think we'll score?
Well, we seem to, don't we?
I think the only way we're going to do it is if we actually play in a way which we don't usually play, or if we score from a corner, or if we win a penalty. We don't seem to get in the box enough to maybe consider winning a penalty, but we seem to have dried up on what we do from corners, Chris, as well, which is bonkers. I mean, that's the only way I can think of us scoring, is getting a corner in.
Or give the ball to James.
Oh, maybe, yeah, and let James do all the work by himself again. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. But I think he's going to be tired tonight because he's going to have a lot of running to do and a lot of ground to cover, and they're going to have some good players around him as well. They're not daft to us because they put Kiefer Moore in, who's their most physical striker, so they're aware Vestergaard's back in. They're not stupid.
You don't mean that they've got a manager that looks at things and thinks, well, I better counteract that.
I think so, and I think also as well, you've got to remember they got the confidence behind them, haven't they? And of course, we're a scalp to Wrexham. I know, like, we're not trying to say look how big we are, but we're 10 years ago Premier League champions. I mean, that'll be all over their TV show, won't it? The fact they're playing against us at home for the first time in a competitive game since the lads came in from America and Canada, and I think they'll want to make us a big feature on the wrong end for us.
And I think as well, when you look at I presume you mentioned it. Matty James just signed a new contract. He's 34, and I was thinking, wow, I wouldn't have minded. And of course, Callum Doyle, who we had as well.
Yeah, exactly. 2 X1s there, isn't it? I mean, the thing with Matty James is just his footballing intelligence on the pitch as well. I think that's the thing. You can argue his legs might be slightly gone, but he's still got such great footballing intelligence, and the way they set up their formation, they can play with that because they've got 3 other midfielders around him who are very, very agile and mobile. So I think it really is a really well-balanced team, this, and they're going to be very hard to play against tonight.
Indeed. So when you're ready to go, let me know.
No worries, mate. Well, we got 5 minutes left yet anyway. So
what I'll do is I will, if you say and we kick off, then I can start the camera, the video for the clock.
100%. Yeah, guys, it's the first time we're trying this, so there might be a slight couple of technical issues, but we're going to try our best for you, all right?
Yeah. And that way you don't have to worry about it, because, again, that's the thing I had to remember, guys. Gray's already said it, no spoilers. And the reason we're not doing it together is because somebody said to me earlier, why don't you just do it together? Because we can't guarantee that we'll be at the same point of the match. If you're watching this, let's say on BBC One on Freeview, I've got Freeview in my bedroom, I've got Freeview in my lounge. The Freeview in the bedroom is of the lady in the flats opposite who leaves her curtains open. But that's beside the point. But what I'm saying is that you can hear the fact that the one in the bedroom is in front of the one in the lounge. So that's even both on Freeview on the same channel. They don't match up. And that's the problem. However you're watching it, we're all at different times. And also, guys, no... I know there was Andreas was a little bit... got in a bit of a mix-up the other day. No... I spoke... He's obviously fine, and he spoke very highly of you, Tom. No other score matches as well, because again, if somebody does put another score in and we look at it and we might think, oh, that's Leicester, and just kick you out, you know. And it's bear with us as well, because it's very easy when you're going to kick somebody out to actually do it, but just as you do it, somebody else makes a comment, and as they make that comment, you shoot up. And you've come in and made and you get you know what I mean. It mistakes happen, but
we basically try and keep it as clean as possible, just so we don't have to get in these situations, guys. There's plenty we could talk about, like who's playing well and all the rest of it.
Just shown from the last 10 games, the last 10 seasons, I think it was, where Leicester were and where Wrexham were, and it was like the Premier League, National League, and it just goes like, and it's crossed totally, you know.
Well, let's ask the question in the chat: who's going to be next in the Premier League? Will it be Wrexham or Leicester next back up there? I think it's going to be Wrexham.
I think it is. And do you know what? Good luck to them.
Yeah, I'm not anti the Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. It's kind of like the cool thing to be against them, isn't it? But I mean, you've got to say that, you know, they're making their own luck. You know, they've got their own TV show, which brings them extra revenue, which keeps them there. And, you know, they obviously love the football club very much. So, you know, credit to them.
It would be interesting if they did do current longest run without a clean sheet. Leicester 21.
Oh, we're up to 21 though, are we?
Second, Birmingham 13.
Oxford were on 17 till they played last time out.
I mean,
and then we're playing this back four tonight. Doesn't this show you what a mess we're in, Chris? We're playing this back four tonight. I mean, do you think they would have trained this back four in the week? I really don't think they would have done, from what we've seen.
I don't think they're trained, to be honest with you.
No, that's it.
I mean, that is sad to say, but I don't think they will. Right. I will leave you, sir. I will sort you out of where you're going as a solo artist.
Thank you very much. Keep the score updated for me at the bottom, Chris, so I can focus on the commentary.
Yeah, and also the players are in the tunnel, and that's not a euphemism for anything. But I will see you at full time.
Yep, I know already. I'm about 30 seconds behind you, so I'll try and refresh.
Don't worry. As soon as I hear you say kick off for both halves, I'll get the video, the clock going.
No worries,
Good luck, mate. Enjoy.
Cheers, mate. See you later. Oh. Old habits die hard there, guys, doesn't it? As he put himself back in there. But yeah, come on, guys. How are we going to get on tonight? I mean, every point is going to matter to us now, especially after we did the interview earlier, right? So, I mean, I'm really hoping that we can see something today. I'd just like to see a team out there today. Look, and just a performance where everyone's kind of a bit more in tune with each other, because, you know, the last game for me, I like to see players challenging each other, don't get me wrong. But there's also the fact of, look, you know, we need to become a cohesive unit no matter who's there at the football club. A lot of players are probably looking elsewhere. There's been rumours this week, hasn't there, about Mavrididi and Fataru as well, and, you know, maybe moving on, and that might be down to the PSR things we were talking about earlier. But we need to get to becoming more of a team. We need to have a bit of battle in us, and if we don't get that together sooner rather than later, if the worst does happen and we get into a relegation fight, we're not going to have the guts or the backbone to fight our way out of it, because no one's going to care. So let's hope that we can do pretty well. Prashant there, I would take a draw today. A draw might not be a bad result. How the mighty have fallen, eh, mate? I mean, you think back in the day, we would have thought maybe last year we got to be winning this game, right? But I've got the players in the tunnel now, Chris, so I imagine I'm probably actually a minute and a half behind you. So I'll just give you a shout when we get there. I'm just going to try one other thing here as we get ready for the kickoff here. Big one tonight. I think my prediction is Kiefer Moore will probably score because he's coming back in, and that seems to be the way things go, isn't it? So Right, let's see what I got here, guys. Doing all the admin at the last minute. I think I've got the players out on the pitch now. Where's the referees at the centre circle? Yeah, this looks better, doesn't it? And there's Ben Nelson. So, yeah, I've got myself a little bit more back in line with everyone, guys. So, let's see how this one goes. Like I always say, my predictions, I don't want to be right. I do not want to be right. 3-0 to Wrexham would not be the outcome I want tonight. But there we go. So, just seeing Marty sat on the bench there, he's probably thinking, I wonder when my payout's coming. Difficult times. Let me see Phil Parkinson. It's funny because Phil Parkinson had a little bit of pressure on him earlier in the season, didn't he, as well? And there was talk about maybe they needed to progress away from him. But there's something quite nice to the fact they've got that family quality about them, and the fact that he's still there as he walks off now towards the manager's position. And we're about to get underway here, guys. Just got the referee there, and we get underway now. So there we go. Thank you very much, Chris. We can go. So Wrexham take the kick off, and they're going to be kicking from right to left here as they play a long ball forward early. This is where we're going to work out if our centre-backs are up for it or not. And it looks to me like we've got Hamza Chowdhury there at the right-back position. But I'm hoping I've got my left and right here, guys, correct, because, of course, that could be part of the problem, right? Going to be a throwing here down towards the Wrexham goal for Wrexham at the top end of the pitch. It's going to be taken in here. Oh my word, the camera got blown over by the wind. Throwing into the box, back into play now. We're pressing them high up the pitch here. We started like this against Coventry, didn't we? As the goalkeeper comes and picks it up now and rolls it out down to Longman at the right back position. They try and play it back into the middle here. Some high pressing from Oliver Skipp. That's nice to see. We've got 5 Leicester players pressing really high in their half here. And then Ben Nelson comes forward halfway into their half. Skipp's going to get a foot on it here as Wrexham try and break. And it goes all the way back now to Jacob in goal. We managed to kill that little bit of space they had there, which they could have got in behind with. But encouraging stuff to see 5 Leicester players. They're really pushing quite far forward. I'm ahead of Chris now. That's good to know. It will all go wrong in a minute, Chris. Don't you worry. You know what these things are like. Where me and Chris live, we have very dodgy internet because we're in the southwest of England. Another game I can't watch, relying on your great commentary again, Tom. Go Foxes. Thanks a lot, Blue Fox. Really appreciate that, mate. Lovely to see you, mate. And obviously all my love to Canada. You've got snow at the moment, mate. I know mates of mine in Toronto have got snow right now. It's pretty brutal. Here come Leicester now. Nelson coming forward. And that sums up everything wrong with Leicester City this season. He lays off the ball trying to pass it. And unfortunately, it went straight out of play because the Leicester player alongside him didn't read the pass. We couldn't make a simple pass from Nelson bursting into their half and laying it off to the left. It went straight out for a throwing. Do you think it's a must-win game for Marty Andreas? I think it's getting to that point, but the problem is, of course, this PSR stuff, isn't it, mate? I mean, how much money do we have? There's rumours of a 2 million transfer. There is room down the left-hand side now for Wrexham. A low cross into the box. Cody's got a foot on it, and it goes behind for a corner kick here. Cody's shouting at the referee here, guys, as well. But that's a scary one. Wrexham broke and really switched to play there incredibly quickly and got into a load of space. Interesting there, Chris. Thanks for the update there, guys. Chris is going to send us updates on the screen as we go as well, as we prepare for this Wrexham corner now. Kiefer Moore is there ready to go. He is their big unit, isn't he? They're going to play it short, actually, just outside the penalty area, and it's hit low and hard towards the 6-yard box. Luckily, we get bodies in front of it, and now we've got a counter-attack on. Oh, and unfortunately, it just falls away from Fatawu, and Wrexham are going to retain possession here on halfway. They might try and pump it back in here because they've still got fullbacks up, but we're battling well here against them. Decordova-Reid got a nice little foot on that, and now here comes Jordan James. He's about halfway up the pitch. Oh, and someone's left one on him there. Jordan James looks at the assistant referee there because Rathborne just really got connected with him and left one on him. Luckily, he's okay. We've got no problems here at all. And now here come Leicester. Decordova-Reid trying to play it forward. Unfortunately, once again, it's a very scrappy game in the middle of the pitch, everyone. Very scrappy. As we pick up the ball now and just hold it at the centre-back position here with Vestergaard. Going to play it up to Hamza Chowdhury. Yeah, it looks like Hamza Chowdhury. It looks like actually Ben Nelson's playing right back to me, guys, which is an interesting place to be. As we get the ball back here in the centre mid. Yeah, it looks like Nelson right back, Vestergaard centre back, Okoli centre back, and Hamza at left back, if I'm not mistaken, as long as I'm getting my sides correct. Oh, okay, Chris, you said that Nelson's at left back and Cowley's at right back. I must learn my lefts and rights if I'm going to be doing this, mustn't I, really? That would seem quite an important way to do it. Here come Wrexham again now in the centre mid position. We're still pressing quite high here. It's but quite a chaotic game so far. Both teams trying to fight for the ball in the middle of the pitch. Neither team particularly good at passing right now, but Wrexham are trying to pass through us here. Nelson's definitely at left back. There we go. I do wonder if during the game, guys, this is going to change, though, because like we said, I mean, they are lining up 3-5-2. We know Marty is a little bit anemic when it comes to changing formations, but he has changed to a 3-5-2 in this season so far. So maybe there is a possibility there that will be the case again today. Here come Wrexham now again. They're trying to progress the ball by running with the centre-backs. Longman's back here at the right-back position. Play it back to the centre-back. Ayu's closing him down there, so they've had to go long onto the halfway line. Okoli there's just going to punt it straight back like an NFL kicker, and it's gone all the way back through to the Wrexham goalkeeper, Okonkwo. Scrappy game so far, but what do we expect? This is very much the way it goes with Wrexham games sometimes. And now Wrexham an opportunity up the far end, and Rathbourne's going to put it out, and it's going to be something for us here. My apologies, I'm having slight internet issues. Apologies for the silence, guys. I'm having a little bit of problem with my internet. I've got so many things open. I wonder if I'm slightly overdoing it. Wrexham have got the ball at the centre-back position now as Ayew there is trying to close everyone down again. The Wrexham centre-back there, Doyle comes inside. Mavrodidi shoves him off a little bit as Wrexham now have got the ball in the middle, and they're going to find it up the left-hand side here to Cassare. He's going to lay it off back here. Wrexham don't seem that eager at this time just to drive it into the box. They are trying to play through us here, which is interesting. I did wonder if they might be a little bit more incisive than what we're seeing so far. Flicks it in, and the loose ball there is going to hit the Leicester fullback, and it's going to go back to Okoli, who's going to kick it down the byline. And I think it's going to go out for a throwing here to Wrexham, halfway into our half. So, yeah, interesting stuff so far. Sort of very bitty game. Do you think there was some progress from the Coventry game? I think there was a 45 minutes, Prashant, but the problem is I think the progress needs to stick, and I don't think it's stuck for the second half, and that seems to be a pattern we seem to be hitting for whatever reason, be it that the players' heads drop or something along those lines, then, you know, it's very possible, isn't it? But there we go. Anyway, Leicester now got the ball back towards our goal. We're trying to come down this flank here. Jordan James is trying to link up, and unfortunately, we're giving it up to Ben Sheaf straight away. The passing quality is just really terrible stuff. As Coventry take the lead against Millwall, thank you very much, Chris. I guess, Chris, if you run the spoilers for the other game, that's good. Will Ayew actually get a shot off tight? So far, he's been running around, chasing the fullbacks around, but we haven't had any sort of conducive play to actually be able to win the ball and play good passes between each other towards their goal, or even in the centre mid positions, right? So it's still a big problem for us, as Wrexham here has still got the ball in the defensive positions here, trying to play out. Vestergaard's pressed right up there, trying to get into centre mid, and now Skip's going to pick it up. Some nice 1-2 football there, to be fair. And here comes Declan Dovery down to Mavrodidi. We've got Ayew trying to run into the centre. Mavrodidi's got 4 players around him. He plays it back to Nelson, who plays it all the way back. Wrexham doing a very good job of shielding out the opportunities. As soon as Mavrodidi picked the ball up there, he had 4 players around him. Vestergaard now is trying to play a 1-2. Vestergaard pings it down to Mavrodidi, tries to flick Jordan Ayew in straight away. And Ayew's got around him, but unfortunately, Okonkwo's read it quite well there, guys. And he's picked the ball up, and it's going to be thrown out now for Wrexham to try and launch a counter-attack. Interesting there that we managed to play some nice one-touch football. I think that's the best way to get at them, because we need to try and be more incisive as we get through the press, really. But Wrexham seem quite happy here just to keep the ball and just not to allow us any opportunities. There's a little bit of respect going on as they managed to play a nice through ball there towards halfway, but Ben Nelson's done well to push up. He's going to let it back to Deckled-over-Reed. He's going to play it back now to Ocal. Feels a bit like a chess game, this. Both teams taking turns and trying to take each other's knights and bishops out, but then both seem to be just about getting away with it so far. First, I think it's Coventry was the best of our season. Second off, yeah, I totally agree, bud. Totally agree. Couldn't disagree any more there, Jeff. Honestly, it's remarkable how it was like Jekyll and Hyde, wasn't it? I think that's been quoted a lot this week in the fan base. If we could find a consistent standard, at least, I think we'd feel a little bit more happier about things, knowing where we are. As Skip's going to play it all the way back now to Jacob, who's going to clear it away there. I got a little bit worried. So it looked like he was going to fall over and it was going to roll towards the back of the net. But luckily for us, it didn't happen. Wrexham, though, we're going to pick the ball up now just past our halfway line. Here comes Longman on the right-hand side trying to slip it up here. There's a cross towards the 6-yard box. There was a touch there from Ben Nelson, who's managed to hack it out, luckily. But Wrexham pressing us quite nicely here so far. Both teams doing a very similar thing in their press, both pressing hard at the pitch. We know Wrexham are very much in the game of trying to win the ball back in front of our defence as we got Ayew down here towards halfway, but Mavrididi's going on his own. He's kicked it past 2 Wrexham players, and unfortunately, Hyam has managed to recover there, but Mavrididi decided to take on the entire of Wrexham's half. Unfortunately, we lost the ball, but it was nice to see a little bit of a bursting run there. I think, like I said, that's a lot of what we're going to try and do, right? Good evening, Tom from Swedish Fox. So good to hear your commentary, which is full of not full of bad language. Thank you, Phil. I mean, I used to do a lot of stand-up comedy, so like my idea is I try and keep the swearing to a minimum, and if it does come out, it's got more effect, right? Whenever I did stand-up, I'd always ever do one joke with maybe a swear word. The rest of them I keep pretty clean because then it had more effect, right? I always found comedians that just swore all the time were just kind of a little bit lacking in perhaps other jokes, but there we go. Hamza Chowdhury there running back. He was trying to push forward. We're trying to see what Hamza does tonight, obviously with the captaincy as well, because I've been a little bit critical of, I think, his leadership at times. I think when Jordan Ayew was having to stand up and say things that, you know, I think then, and here's Hamza. To be fair to Hamza, he's clapping the boys on and trying to encourage them. So hopefully everyone slip past from Bobby there. It was, yeah. Bobby's actually very good at that part of his game. I do wonder sometimes, like against Coventry, if for Bobby, the nature of his game is slightly even ahead of some of the other players around him. It's like he's thinking in a slightly different direction than them. But then I wonder, what are they doing in training? Surely they should be used to what Bobby does, right? Especially in such a key position as the 10 role. Back with the Wrexham goalkeeper now, guys. You're not missing anything much. They're just sort of holding the ball at the back here. It's going to be a long ball play forward. Kiefer Moore gets a flick on, but luckily for us, it goes all the way through to Jacob, who doesn't pick it up, just comes outside the area and tries to lay it off to Hamza. Not much urgency at the moment. Both teams looking like they're ready to pace this game out a little bit as Skip drives forward now saying that and lays it off. There's a long ball in from Leicester here going towards the far side of the penalty area. The header's been made there by Wrexham though and cleared away. Very scrappy game with the ball. Neither team is really keeping hold of it. It's funny, there's a lot more long passes for both teams here than what you'd anticipate as Hamza now plays it back towards Ocal and Vestergaard. Playing across the back again, which is not something we like to see too much of. Nelson's given the ball away to Longman, who he's claiming hit his arm, but it didn't. So, but once again, they give the ball up. I mean, it's funny. Neither team can keep the ball here, guys, at all. It's a very scrappy game. And it's between two teams, 10th and 13th in the championship, which kind of probably sums up the quality of the league so far as well, doesn't it? Next score update is coming in from Chris, guys, so keep your eye on the screen. Here come Leicester now. Deckled-over-Reed lays it off to Ayew, who's trying to play a back pass. Deckled-over-Reed gets a shot away from outside the penalty area. It is well defended. We've got players up here. Oh, and there was a dink little pass there from Fataru trying to play Hamza in, but unfortunately he's given the ball up here now, guys. Nice idea, but the two Wrexham players there, it was going to be difficult to pull that one off, unfortunately. And the ball's out for a throwing now. Neither team's really had any shot on target yet. Hi, Tom, watching the sky might be quiet. Yeah, of course, mate. Not a problem, yeah. There's no obligation, guys. You put me in the background. Next score updates. Oh, there's loads of score updates coming in from Chris. We got Charlton 0, Derby 1, Coventry 1, Millwall 1, as our game's not got a lot going on at the minute. Swansea 1, Swansea 1, Blackburn 0. That would be Chris. And West Brom 0, Norwich 1. That's a big one for Norwich, isn't it? Who need a point to get out of the relegation zone tonight. And West Brom is hovering over their shoulder. Still, there's a lot of duelling going on here, a lot of throwings coming in. Bobby's shouting there at Mavrididi to try and get into the box. It's funny because there's certain players trying to demand more of other ones, and other players looking a bit frustrated they're being asked to do more, which is quite interesting, really. Anyway, Leicester got the ball now. Wrexham trying to press. We're on halfway here with all our centre-backs coming into their half. This is the closest you look like to Enzo ball you're going to see for us. We're quite high up the pitch here, which is quite surprising, as Mavrididi lays it off back to Ben Nelson. Little 1-2 football. Skip's going to go all the way back to Okoli as the last line. And now Okoli's going to go for an absolute pile driver, but unfortunately it doesn't really do a lot, and it's going to go all the way out for a goal kick to Wrexham. So fascinating, because we've been asking for some longer balls, but the interesting thing about that was we were so pressed up on them that playing the longer ball was just going to always go out of play, especially with a bit of power on it. And unfortunately, it just went all the way out. And now Wrexham have got an opportunity now from their end to start again. Okonkwo's got 2 centre-backs with him, and interestingly enough, he's told him to go long. Rather than play out from the back, which is what we would have done in that situation, they considered it. He then sent the players up. We've won the ball back quickly here. Bobby slipped his man. Ayu's got a chance here, surely. Mavrididi's been played in. Try to see if we can get it across. Unfortunately, it comes to nothing, guys. Sorry, Mavrididi held on to it a bit too long there. We're still scrapping for it, though, at the top end. Fatarou's finding it hard to keep in the game here. Every time I've seen Fatarou tonight so far, he seems to be either too deep or he's not really getting involved in the right area. And Prashant raises a good point. I think it's a huge issue at Leicester with conflicting egos. Wrexham going to take a goal kick now. The ball went out of play. Once again, we're trying to win the ball high up. Nice little touch on. To be fair tonight, I'll say one thing. That's twice now so far in the first 15 minutes. We've tried to play Jordan Ayew through. I know it's not a lot, but we'll take it now in the circumstances, won't we, guys? We've actually looked like we've pressed a little bit higher. And it does concern me sometimes with the high press with Vestergaard in the team. But anyway, we're going to pick the ball up here now. Wrexham unfortunately get a tackle in on Mavrididi. Mavrididi kicks it in between his 2 legs to try and take it away from the man. And we lay it off back now to Vestergaard. Mavrididi's got a man on him here, and Nelson's telling him to go back. Nelson is looking quite okay so far at left back. I think he's not been terrible at all. He's held onto the ball quite nicely. Hamza is going to play it up here to Fatarou. Fatarou's got 3 men on him straight away. Shock horror. Ball's bouncing up in the air here, and Bobby's going to try and lay it off, but it was a poor pass, unfortunately. Went straight to the Wrexham centre-back. But the ball is bouncing around like a game of basketball, guys. No one can got any control of it, and it's just, if we get a touch on it, we're trying to lay it off to someone, then Wrexham get a touch on it and try and lay it off to someone. And now it's gone out of play for a throwing here by the looks of it. But we have James is down, unfortunately. He's sat down at the moment, holding his leg. He doesn't look in that much trouble, but the fact he's sat down all of a sudden and there's 2 Leicester players talking to him here. Playing well at the minute, just that final ball. Neil, I think that's a very good shout, mate, actually. I think the thing is we're competing tonight and we're higher up the pitch, which is half the battle. Because if we're going to play this formation, our moans in the pre-game, we're going to be, and like, James, it is a hammy, you're right. He's down there at the moment holding his hamstring, like I said a minute ago. They're just taking some time here with him. Ben Nelson's getting some direction here from Marty as we say this. There's going to be a little bit of a stoppage here, guys. We're going to have some added time already, aren't we? Yep, it is a right hamstring. You're correct, Chris. They're holding the leg up right now. This is a worrying one because, like, who replaces Jordan James? You'd have to argue it might be Louis Page. We've been trying to play Louis Page as a 10. I do wonder if he's going to be better in the box-to-box role. I just think every time we've seen Page come on this year, including in the last game against Coventry, when we had that awful second half, he was the only one who was really positively affecting the game and moving the ball forward, wasn't he? And I do think that's exactly what Jordan James has brought to the team, encouraging the rest of the team forward. It's going to be a big loss for us if Jordan James is unable to continue, guys. Loads of goals flying in elsewhere, Chris, with Hull going up against Preston. But isn't it interesting? We said that Hull have got the most away defeats. And like Gray's just said there, we don't have a replacement for JJ. It's a big concern. I know some people have said that Braybrook is probably a bit lightweight, but you could argue he's the same size as Louis Page. And Louis Page makes the lightweight part of his game actually work to his advantage by being very nimble on the ball. I think we should have kept Braybrook around just in case for this scenario. I really do. I'll stand by that. Just waiting for a decision here on what's going to happen with Jordan James. Looks like he's going to come back on, guys, which is good news for us. Page is warming up as we say that. Right, anyway, the game's back underway here now. Wrexham try and play a long ball forward. Hamza's come in and read that really well, and it's going to be played down that right-hand side. Unfortunately, Wrexham have picked it up again now. Back a bit more defensive. There's a long ball forward down that flank here. Looks like it's going to be kept in. Wrexham aren't being that incisive with it. I expect them to be a little bit more direct with their crossing, especially with Kiefer Moore in there. But every time so far they've got into those attacking positions on the wing, they've held on to that ball a little bit more than what you'd expect, really. Fascinating encounter. They're showing us quite a bit of respect, actually. Trying to play a long ball forward now towards AU, but unfortunately Concro's let it go and it's gone all the way out and bounced out for a goal kick. Long range strike now as a quick goal kick there from a Concro, and actually it came all the way up to Wrexham and Matty James, and Matty James decided to take a shot on there. Luckily for us, went all the way through, and it was well read from Jacob there. Well read, sorry. I'm slurring my R words tonight. I've not been drinking, guys, I assure you. I want to see Page start the second half. He needs to grow into the game and needs more time to do it. Yeah, I mean, I like what he brings. I think he brings a lot of movement on the ball, right? And I think we've lacked that. We looked a little bit static at times this year, haven't we? Yeah, Matty James's strike there is showing on the replay. It went through Oliver Skip's legs, I believe, by the looks of it. Went all the way through. Luckily, Jacob read it pretty well for it going through someone's legs. And anyway, now here come Leicester. Mavrodidi lays it off to AU. AU's taken an arm there, hasn't he? He's gone down. It is Rathborne who's caught him, and the referee's given the free kick. I think that should be a yellow card. Jordan AU took an elbow there. Rathborne's claiming that nothing was wrong with that, but then he is a bit of a dirty player. Let's say that so far. You would have thought Wrexham were at home. We look more the home team. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised, Neil, at how they haven't been more direct in what they're trying to do. I mean, I guess they're a little bit worried about, just giving it up to Vestergaard and Nicoli because they're, two big units at centre back. So I think so far that is suiting us. I just think we've got to keep our nerve here and keep pressing forward where possible, right? I think that's going to be the best way for us to tackle this one. I also think Sammy Braybrook should be recalled from his loan spell. I think part of the problem as well, Paulo, is that from what I was hearing, he's asked to go and just play continuous first-team football. He just wants to play first-team football all the time, which means he's probably considering maybe Leicester isn't the place to go, So, which is a difficult thing, isn't it? Very difficult to be in that position, I think. When your young academy players would prefer to go out on loan because they want to play minutes, it suggests to me he's thinking about his career long term and probably thinking Leicester's not going to do it for him. But come on, Leicester. Come on, Leicester. Well said, Gray. Unfortunately, I've got a little bit of a stoppage on my end, but I'll be back with you shortly, guys. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, yes.
Did I hit "oh, yes" in my ear? Was that you, Chris? He's laughing at me, guys. Chris, shall I come on screen a minute, mate? I'm having a slight bit of difficulty, technical problems my end. I think my internet's frazzled from all the connection I got. Oh, no, I'm back, bud. I'm back. Don't worry about it. Thank you for being there, but no, I'm okay. Anyway, we're back with it now. I think I've got too many connections. Because we're doing the test run tonight, guys, I'm finding that my internet, I'm going to have to probably turn a few items off because it seems to be that is the problem. Thank you, Chris. Ball got played back to Jacob there, and Jacob there tried to make a short ball out, and he played it through the Wrexham forwards' legs, guys. I know, oof, Jacob, well said, Neil. Yeah, he played it back, and Vestergaard just decided to get his foot through it. Another shaky one from Jacob there, trying to play it, and that was a risky one, because if it just hit the Wrexham striker in the right place, that would have gone straight into the back of the net, so a warning shot from us there. Once again, that little bit of shakiness from an individual can be our downfall in this game, can't it, guys? As we hit 25 minutes gone here now. Nelson Vestergaard's going to play it forward. Hamza's going to drill it really long here, but that's a really wayward pass, Hamza. Didn't have enough of a diagonal pass on it. Went all the way straight through to the goalkeeper. James is looking okay, guys, in good news, because obviously his hamstring was looking a little bit questionable. It does make me wonder if we need to get him off at half-time, because if we lose Jordan James, right, we're going to be in big trouble, aren't we? Why modern footballers can't just clear it long puzzles me. I completely agree, Neil. Completely agree. On that note, Wrexham played a long ball forward here. Cody's going to get his foot on it. Nelson's going to have to deal with it under a bit of pressure. He puts his foot through it as well. It's very much a long ball game, this. It surprised me so far that we've actually decided to engage in this style of game as well, as the ball's bouncing around now between 4 Leicester players and 4 Wrexham players just over the halfway line into our half. Mavrididi's there chasing down, and Nelson's done pretty well. I'll say so far, I think Nelson's dealt with the threat down that position quite well, because obviously he's playing out of position at left back, and you think like they're going to target that, and a lot of their attacks have come through them trying to get Longman down there. Nelson's dealt with that pretty well so far. He's looked very composed, very composed. He's not looked like he's panicked. Just kept it very simple, tried to progress the ball. And he obviously is a student of the game, because he is playing like a left-back should and trying to run up with the ball and trying to link up with Mavrididi. We've won the ball here. Ayu's going to have a shot from distance, and unfortunately it's just in the corner, but it's saved in the keeper's arms. It was going in the left-hand goalkeeper's corner there, but Okonkwo read it well. It was from about 25 yards, so it was going to have to be a wonder strike to get it past him. But Ayu at least getting us a shot on target there and testing the fingertips of the Wrexham number 1. But this will now spur Wrexham into life as they come over into our half and down the flank here. Here's Ben Sheaf now. He's got James on him here. Jordan James once again tracking back and doing the work of 2 men here. There you go. Ayu's had a shot. Well said, Matt Jason. Here come Wrexham now. Have a cross into the box. It's too deep, and it looked like it went out of play to me, but it's going to go out of play anyway for a throwing on this far left-hand side for Leicester. But yeah, that sort of spurred Wrexham into life there. The fact we got a shot away, it was almost like, oh, you've had a shot, now we're going to come for you, lads. So very interesting stuff there. Parkinson's looking a little bit frustrated. I think the quality of the ball, it was slightly overhit from Wrexham's side of it. But neither team's really been able to get up close to the goalkeeper so far, apart from the mistake Jacob made where he was trying to pass it out. Saying that, though, Nelson's given the ball up here, unfortunately. That's what happens. Curse the commentator when you praise the player, right? About time. Yeah, that's it. Well, you've got to say so far they've been a lot more interested in pushing up, haven't they? They've definitely pushed up a lot higher on the pitch than what we're used to seeing. I think we've navigated it pretty well all in all. And the back 4 have actually looked pretty solid so far. Bear in mind, we were questioning it before the start of the show because we knew Luke Thomas probably had to come out. But like you say, who else do you put back in there in the circumstances when you're lacking fullback options, right? Nothing hurting so far, which is the main thing, right? My worry is, similar to Coventry, is that if Wrexham get 1, what is going to happen after that? Because we do have the mentality of a chocolate bar that is on a 3-bar fire. Don't forget to hit that hype and like button, guys, for us today. Thank you all very much for coming on to the show tonight, I've had a long day today. I still can't speak properly. Helps in commentary if you can speak. Anyway, here comes Nelson down the left-hand side now. He's going to try and play a pass in. It was pretty poor. It was in between Mavrididi and Ayu, and neither one of them was going to get there. Been cleared out for a throwing here. We haven't got the Luke Thomas long throw option today, but Nelson's going to have a crack at this. Yeah, you're right, Paulo. He is playing at left back. He's actually doing okay so far. I mean, his passing there has been a little bit poor, but I would say he's been pretty responsible with the position so far. He's done better than I thought he would, which is a good one. My worries are if we score first. I think, Gray, what we should do is we should keep this game nice and tight until the 85th minute and then just try and score a corner and then just run away with the 3 points. I think now beggars can't be choosers. Let's do some smash and grabs on teams. Here comes Ayu now chasing the ball down. He's going to chase down the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's read it well and just laid it off to the other fullback position. But the referee is blown because, unfortunately, Abdul Fatawu is down, guys, now. Second Leicester player down in the game as we get to the half an hour mark. Looks like he's going to get back to his feet here. Mate, after that PSR injury, which Chris has very kindly put in the chat there for everyone to have a look at another time, I was very concerned. Abdu took it in the face there. The ball bounced up. The Wrexham player, it was Doyle, slid in, and it bounced up and caught Abdu Fatu under the chin, and he's just taken a dive into the ground. Looks a little bit dazed, unfortunately. But yeah, after that, we just need to get any points we can get, Gray, was what I was saying. Yeah, so like if we can just smash and grab teams, I'll be very happy with that as an outcome. I really would. As Jim just messaged me, I saw that, Jim. Fatawu passing it with his face. He didn't mean to do it, but he is passing it with his face. God, Hull gone 2-0 up against Preston. Just checking we got any blood going on. Doesn't look like it here as Fatawu is going to collect himself at the side of the pitch. Drop ball for the goalkeeper, Okonkwo. No Leicester players up here really to challenge for it, though, as Wrexham are now going to run out from the back here and try and press on to us. The main centre-back for them in the middle, which would be Hyam trying to bring it forward. Long diagonal ball down to the left-hand flank, trying to find Kasser. We've managed Jordan Ayew once again is right back behind Bobby Dakodover-Reid and Jordan James there helping out. Covering off for the position, obviously, where Abdul was just gone off. So there we go. I can understand that. He's that deep because he's covering off the fact that Abdul was off the pitch for a minute, right? But Wrexham are now just passing the ball around quite neatly around the back. Trying to play a ball forward. It's hit the referee there, but Wrexham are going to ping it up to the left-hand side. There's some space here. Hamza's giving him some room. The deep cross towards the back post. It's gone to the edge of the penalty area, crossed into the 6-yard box with a header, and he's going to go out here for a throw-in. The 2 balls on the pitch, so they can't take the throw-in quickly here. The referee's allowed the game to continue with 2 balls on the pitch, but to be fair, the Wrexham number 4, as Cleworth, has kicked it out of play. Cross coming in now from the right, and there's a foot on it there, and put behind by Vestergaard to clear it out. Vestergaard high-fiving Stolarczyk there, as we managed to just about hold that one out. This is the Wrexham I was expecting throughout the game so far, the one that's going to get down this flank with Longman. When he gets free there, because we didn't have anyone on him, Nelson had come inside to be part of the back 4 there that was quite narrow. And then by the time Mavrodidi got back, it was too late. The cross comes in. Oh, and the referee is calling for a handball. He's not given it. Vestergaard, when he cleared it out, guys, he cleared it off his knee. I didn't see it because the camera was behind him. He cleared it off his arm and behind. And as the ball comes in now, it looked like it was coming under the crossbar. We've managed to get a head on it to clear it away. Wrexham now got the ball down at their right-hand side, trying to get it crossed back in. It bounces around. Luckily, the header has gone past the right-hand post by quite a distance there, and it still remains 0-0. It was a handball, yeah, exactly. I didn't see it from the first camera angle, but when you look at it again, he kicked it off his own arm. The thing you can argue, though, is I don't think you can give it because it wasn't intentional off his knee and then hit the underside of his arm and went out for the corner. But I don't think you can say that was intentional. If it hit his arm first when he was doing that, I think that's a stonewall penalty, unfortunately. But luckily for us, not on that occasion, so we'll take it. But we just about dealt with that. I expect we're going to see more of this as the game goes on. Cleworth looking to take the throwing down. It really is hammering down with rain in Wrexham tonight. What was the show? It's always sunny in Philadelphia. It's always rainy in Wrexham, isn't it? It's almost like the spin-off they didn't know they were going to make. So there we go. Halfway line, Cleworth's going to make a throwing in now. He plays it down the flank here. Nelson does well to get his head on it. Jordan James there trying to look up with Mavrodidi. Played forward by Nelson, who's just going to kick it long. Ayew's down there, and the referee is blown. I think it's going to be a throwing here to Wrexham because the ball travelled out of play. Interesting game so far. This is not the Wrexham I was expecting. I think they're in their heads a little bit, which is good for us. And to be fair to the players, though, it's not all about Wrexham. I think so far we've pressed the game pretty well. We've still been pretty terrible at the passing, but I do like the fact we've just got the boot through the ball a few more times tonight to, eradicate those chances of making mistakes. Ayew nearly got played in there, but unfortunately for us, Wrexham did a good job at mopping up in the end. Long ball forward here again, it's bouncing around. Okonkwo is going to come and claim it, and unfortunately we can't get an opportunity there. Is Chris acting as VAR tonight? Pretty much, mate. Pretty much. It's a test run tonight because obviously we've got a lot of internet going as well, and I have my Sky through my internet, which is really helpful. So as soon as the weather gets bad, I get in trouble in the southwest. So it's good to have him on the back of the back behind me, just in case things go wrong. Long ball forward there from Wrexham, and Jacobs come out of his area and just booted it all the way back. End-to-end stuff, goalkeeper to goalkeeper there. Fascinating stuff, isn't it? With Nelson playing left back, we have more height in the box from corners, etc. Yeah, we do. This is true, actually. I mean, when they narrow down, the thing we got a problem with is that Mavrididi's got to be tracking back better because they have the width in 5, so he's got to track back better. And there's twice so far he hasn't. And also, I'd say Hamza's got to get a little bit more switched on to not leaving them as much space as well. That's my only 2 criticisms so far, because I think the nice thing is we should be able to bat away crosses with our head, don't get me wrong, but you want to limit them just in case Kiefer Moore does get free one time, right? Going to be a goal kick to Wrexham here now, guys. Neil, we're not looked fit this season. Let's hope these conditions don't run against us. It's very true. I mean, I said it when I talked about Jordan James there. It's like to end up like losing him at this point for us, because we are concerned about fitness generally in the team, and also with his injury history where he's had a year out of a major injury, that would be so destructive for us right now. It's something we can't even bear to deal with. So yeah, it is frustrating. It's never been the same, in my opinion, Keith, since we lost Dave Rennie from the medical staff. I think since Rodgers moved him on, I think that's where it got wrong here. We're going to have a throwing on the halfway line to Leicester here. It's going to be Hamza to take it by the looks of it. He throws it in. Fataru's got a push in the back and has shielded it out, but luckily for us, they've given the throwing to us there. If Welsh teams can play in the EFL, then why can't Scottish teams? Very good point, Dorco. Very good point. It'd be interesting to see what happened there, because you'd argue with Celtic, they got such a fan base, eventually the money they'd be able to produce, they'd eventually become competitive. But would it happen straight away? I probably don't think so. It'd take a bit of rebuilding for them, wouldn't it? Long throwing in from Hamza now. Is going to try and get it to Jordan James. Trying to play it inside, and unfortunately there was no one there. Now it was a long ball forward to Wrexham. We got a Cody here battling with Kiefer Moore. That's a battle tonight. And Kiefer Moore has managed to play in a Wrexham player into our penalty area. We've got Skip there tracking back really nicely. Not much space for Wrexham to do any damage there, luckily, despite having a counter-attacking opportunity. It's going to come back to the halfway line with Wrexham now, and they're going to play around a bit at the back like we like to. When we look at this disorganised, I wonder what actually happens in training. Really good point there. Scott, can we recall Alves if James is out for a period of time? I believe if we have to, mate, if we want to recall him, we'll have to do it before the end of the transfer window, obviously. I mean, that's a daft thing to say, but it's hard to know if they would have given the option for the recall. You'd assume we'd have the recall option because most clubs do, don't they? But you never know with Leicester City, do you? He's played really well when he returned to Huddersfield, didn't he? And obviously they've got a new manager now in Manning who got fired from Norwich. I do agree. We look disorganised. You wonder what happens in training. That's a really good point, Prashant. It's almost more luck than judgment, isn't it? I think a little bit. And actually, to be fair, so far, luck's on our side with this back four because they're kind of holding their own a little bit. Ball going to be thrown in by Wrexham now. Ball's, I believe, hit the hand there, and it's going to be given us a free kick to Leicester on the halfway line. Kiefer Moore looking a bit frustrated with that as Hamza's going to pick it up and take it quickly. It's down to Skip. Down to Nelson at left back, who's going to play it all the way back to the centre-back position there in Vestergaard. Hamza's pushing up and inverting a little bit there into the centre midfield again. Bring back Edouard. Isn't that amazing how he's like, isn't he top goal scorer in the French First Division this year? He's right up there, isn't he? It's bonkers, isn't it? That was obviously a decision based around money in hindsight because he was on a big contract, and I wonder if we had to buy him for X amount of money, which we didn't have, we would be forced into it. So maybe that's why they just completely bailed on the experiment. Money. I just can't understand why else we even bothered. I just think it has to be because of a financial decision. They backed out of it. Anyway, we're holding the ball around halfway here. Nothing much is going on in this one. Long ball forward from Hamza. He's going to play Jordan. No, it's Jordan Ayew in there. Yeah, and unfortunately, Ayew is offside. Poorly timed run. It did look like to me he was stood behind the back four there with Wrexham. Would be a back three, but there was the full back was back as well there, the wing back. No, it was Fatawu, I believe, actually. Yeah, no, sorry, it was Abdul Fatawu. And actually, it was closer than it looked, guys. He looked like he could have been onside when the ball was played. That little bit of pace to get away from his man. Exactly, Neil. Surely it was onside. Looks to me like one of those where it was dead in line, actually. Under Wenger's new rules, that definitely would be onside, wouldn't it, guys? Anyway, thrown to Leicester now. Ben Nelson at the left-back position here again. It's halfway in our own half. The rain is still pelting down in this one. Where is Chris? Chris he's in the chat, my friend. He is behind the scenes, Keith. He's trying to be rugged in disguise, as Scott has so kindly put there, mate. We're mixing things up and trying a few different things tonight, my friend. Yep, and as we say that, Jordan James is gone down. That is it. Again, looks like James is done, guys, unfortunately. Jordan James is looking a little bit concerned here. And it looks like Ricardo Pereira is warming up, guys. So this is going to be interesting. Does that mean we're going to have Hamza Chowdhury going into centre mid? That doesn't fill me with confidence because nothing against Hamza. He's not the sort of player like Jordan James, is he, where he's going to progress that ball for us. That would be a Louis Page position, right? If you're going to make this change now. Interesting stuff here. They are trying to stretch his leg out here, but it does look like it could be a lot of trouble. Concerning times for Leicester with Jordan James down there, guys. Yeah, Ricky is stripped. You're correct, everyone. Looks like we're going to be seeing a change here. Disappointing and worrying to lose Jordan James, guys. I was worried about this. I said it weeks ago on the show. The one player we cannot afford to lose is Jordan James right now. Definitely plays into Wrexham's hand, this, doesn't it? Mad Jason, yeah, better to take him off. I totally agree, bud. I think that's the right decision to take him off here. I think if we don't, like you say, we risk the worst case scenario, don't we? We're going to have to manage this because, and also the style he plays is very explosive, isn't it? I mean, it's something the rest of the team certainly don't do. So, yeah, Neil, exactly. I'm guessing Hamza and Ricky are going to swap as well. I think Hamza's going to go into centre mid. Anyway, the game is back underway here now. Getting towards half-time, nearly there now, guys. And it's still 0-0. Still a little bit of a scrappy game here in the midfield in particular. Wrexham now coming forward and trying to burst down the centre of the pitch here. Feeding up the left-hand side. They've got 4 players forward here, including Kiefer Moore and Longman on the right-hand side. I'm just going to confirm. Yeah, Ricardo Pereira has replaced James. I didn't quite see that, unfortunately. I must be honest. Right. Wrexham now with the ball down towards our goal. Luckily, we've got a lot of players back pressing them, guys. So Ricardo's going to go into right back here. Hamza's going to go into the middle. Depending on James' injury, do you send him back to bring someone else in? I think the problem is, Scott, is we need to find quite a unique player, don't we? I mean, the problem with both Ramsey and James is that they do have a major injury in their history, right? It makes things very difficult. Oh, and as we say that, there's a chance here from Leicester. Ayew brought it down and unfortunately did bugger all with it, guys. Going to be a free kick to Wrexham now as they try to get down the other end. Like to love know how long Ayew sat on the floor. Well said, mate. Half the game. Going to be a set-piece opportunity now. We've got through the first 45 minutes. It's going to be a ball into the box now from Wrexham towards the back post. It was everyone's up here for them, but we had all the players back rushing with them. Bodies behind the ball. Hamza and Ricky are down in the same place. Here come Wrexham now to the box. It's crossed in low, and Jacob, has got a foot on it there to deny the cross going across him. He was at the near side post, the right-hand post for him. The ball came across into the 6-yard box. He dove down there and caught his leg. And unfortunately, now Okolie's down on the ground, holding his ankle. This is looking very destructive for us tonight, guys. James has gone off already. Okolie is now down as well, holding his right-hand ankle. Just going to see what happened here. The ball coming in, and he dived down. Oh, when he kicked the ball away, guys, he slipped and tweaked his ankle. Ricardo was diving in and could have given away a penalty there. But luckily, he didn't make contact and Cleworth didn't go down. When Okolie came across, Cleworth went knee to knee on him, and now Okolie's holding his knee. It wasn't a nasty tackle from the Wrexham centre-back. He was trying to get the end of a loose ball that was right by Jacob's right-hand post, and Okolie there has taken it full whack in the knee. This looks another worrying one for us. Like Paulo said, JJ walked off the pitch, did not need carrying off. Is there something in the food and drink falling to pieces? I just think, mate, we're just not a very fit football team, are we? And that's the reality of it. Really disappointing here, but I think we're going to be hopefully okay as we're edging towards half-time now. 0-0 at half time, I think, guys, wouldn't be a bad situation, really, would it, all in all? 2 minutes of added time we're into. And then we'll be handing back over to Chris and the boys. We're into the 2 minutes. We got 4 minutes, of course, because obviously there was an injury earlier on as well, and we've had James down a couple of times. Leicester play it over halfway. Ayu's been bundled over there from behind. Now Hamza's going diving in. Getting a little bit heated towards the end. I don't think Jordan A was particularly happy about getting bundled from behind there. Unbelievable goes down without being challenged. That's a new low. He got kicked in the back, I think, a little bit, mate. But the referee isn't giving much of these, is he? You know, it's a physical league down here as well. Wrexham, though, just going to hold the ball at the back here. We are trying to press them, but we're not getting very far, unfortunately for us. But you could say there's nothing hurting, I guess, so far. About 30 seconds to go here before we get to half-time. Okolie, luckily, back up and looking okay now. He went in hard there on Longman by the look, so it was a long ball forward now from Okolie. Fataru's first touch was pretty poor there, and he's given the ball up, and then there's been an offside flag as well. So that's a second offside for us as well. Agreed, Tom, we need to hold out and regroup. I think that's it, mate. I think that's it, 100%. Match stats so far for you guys. Wrexham, 5 shots, 1 on target. Leicester 3, 2 on target. 48.6 to 51.4 possession. 51.4 in favour of the home team. Kiefer Moore's having a chat with the referee. Going to be a free kick. Okolie there taking a minute after taking his knock on a knee. I'm dreading the second half. It's one of those where it's not been as good of a first half again as the Coventry one was. And Okolie took an elbow there, guys. We didn't see that on the live, but Moore just elbowed him, and Okolie's now having a chat with him saying, "What are you doing, bud?" Bit of dark arts going on here in this game. I've seen that with Rathborn as well in the first half. He's a bit dirty, and Moore's a bit dirty as well, and they both want to be able to pop an elbow in. Tinkerman Tom to the dugout, teammate near the hairdryer. I mean, I think that the problem is I couldn't really hairdryer this team because I wouldn't set them up to not be able to pass to each other, mate. I must be frank. Anyway, on that note, here come Leicester now, trying to burst through the middle. There's a load of cluster of Wrexham players, though, sorry. Nelson pushed up here, down to Mavididi. 2 Wrexham players on him. He's coming further away from that box. He's going to lay it off to Nelson. You've got to get across him, mate. He lays it off instead to the centre of mid. Ricardo, all the way up to Okolie. Okolie trying to slip it in now for Ayew. It's a really weird pass, that. He was trying to play it into the space to find Jordan Ayew, but number one, Jordan Ayew isn't particularly quick enough to get that ball. It was slightly overhit. The pitch is wet, and it just trickles further and further away from him and goes out. The passing is appalling. Stephen, you nailed it, mate. It's a big problem, isn't it? big problem of the standard of passing. I mean, that's the thing so far that sticks out for me this entire game. You know, I think the way the formation has been better because we've been pressed up higher. I think we've been winning balls. I think some of and to be fair to Ben Nelson in particular, you think he's playing out of position. I think he's done okay. I think we've limited some chances that they've created. But with all that being said, the passing is still pretty woeful. We're still playing on here, guys, as we've gone past the 4 minutes of added time. There's been obviously other players going down as well. Battle in the middle here. Wrexham trying to win it. 4 Leicester players around Sheaf there. It's going to come back now to Doyle. He's going to kick it long all the way up towards our goal. Vestergaard is waiting, though. Good positioning, heads it out, bounce around, and then he kicks it over his own head. This is what Wrexham like to do. They like to really cause you a problem just in front of your defence as we go long again now, and it's going to go all the way behind for a goal kick, and the half-time whistle, guys, is blown as well. Half-time. Going to pass it back to Chris. It is Wrexham 0, Leicester 0, and him and Wayne will talk to you about what's happened so far. All right, mate.
All right, mate. How you doing? See you at second half.
See you in the second half. I'm going to try and refresh my internet because I've got too many things open.
No problem. That does slow it down.
Yeah. Thank you for sticking with me, guys. I had to shut up a little bit. I'll see you in a bit.
Cheers, mate. So, we'll just wait for Wayne to come in. And we are there. We are at half-time, and we've not conceded. Just to keep you up to date with the other scores, I think they may still well be finishing their half-times off as well. I just want to give you the half-time scores here. So it's Charlton 0, Derby 1, Coventry 1, Millwall 1, Ipswich 1, Bristol City 0, Oxford 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0, Preston North End 0, Hull City 2, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Birmingham City 0, Swansea 2, Blackburn 1, West Bromwich Albion 0, Norwich 1. Wrexham and obviously Leicester are 0-0. Guys, let us know what you think of this new format we're trying. Gives me the opportunity to update things in the chat. Yeah, don't praise him too much. I am here, but he has done a very, very, very good job. All right. Now there's where Wayne should be. I don't know where he is. Wayne, hello. Well, it could be a while because, like, he's 100 now, you know, and if he's off to the toilet. No, he's here. He's here. Wayne, how you doing, mate?
Oh, mate, sorry. I thought it was usual toilet break at the end of the first half. But...
No, not with this new system.
Okay,
and I was going to ask you something actually with this new. I did send you an X message, but I don't know if you got it. Would you mind sort of doing the note taking for the matches as well?
Yeah.
I've done that first half anyway, but it just means that I can sort of, like if Tom's asking something, I can check what's being said and update him and everything as well. I suppose let's get the elephant in the room out of the way. I mean, it is 0-0, which is something. Swansea City have just gone 2-1 up against Blackburn. But it's Jordan James.
Yeah, when he pulled up the first time with his hamstring, and although he got going again, anybody who's ever done the hamstring, if you pull up with it, it's probably going to go. So you just got to get off the pitch, really. So it's just concerning whether he's done further damage trying to carry on playing.
Well, I was going to be my next question. Should he have come off when it happened first of all? And Hull had gone 3-0 up against Preston. Norwich had gone 2-0 up against West Brom. I apologise. Do carry on, mate.
No, yeah. If you know anybody, if you've had it or know anybody who's had a hamstring trouble, any kind of injury, Paul.
Do I look that athletic, mate?
You might have been a speedy winger back in your day, Chris. Who knows?
A speedy what?
Speedy
winger. Sorry. Yeah.
Although then again, I suppose you did used to dash for opening time at the local pub, though, Chris. Probably.
Well, this is a thing, you know. Yes, yeah.
And you did all your loosening up, you know, ready for the run.
That's what I called it. But yes,
Yeah.
I mean, let's hope it's not too bad.
Yeah, like Paul said, he probably should have come straight off because, like anybody who's had like ligament around your ankles or hamstrings or even quads, if you get the sensation, it's probably it's probably had a little bit of a pull or twinge.
Yeah.
And if you carry on playing, sprinting, you will pull it further. You will damage it. Yeah.
Well, let's go back to the beginning. I mean, Nelson at left back, Chowdhury at right back, Ocal and Vestergaard at centre back. I have to say, fair play to Nelson. He's not having a bad game.
No, in fact, I watched an interview for the BBC, and in it, he basically said that with Jack Rafferty, I think he asked some great questions. He said basically during his career, Ben Nelson started off as a midfielder, and he gradually developed in a thing, and that explains why he looks so comfortable on the ball. And he's really cleverly trying to play the ball through to hit the front line as well. So it just looks super comfortable on the ball, doesn't he? But
yeah, 24 passes he's had so far, a 75% accuracy. He's only made one tackle, but that doesn't necessarily mean an awful lot. But looking at that, I'm thinking here, is this our left back problem may be sorted? But then again, that leaves us one short at centre back. But we have got Vestergaard, we have got Chowdhury that can play there.
We have, and I do think, although we have a decimated squad because we're clearing everybody out, it's interesting that we can have Skip drop in and play centre half or as a fullback, and Nelson can play there because he's that intelligent. And yeah, he only had one tackle, but his role today doesn't seem to. He's playing almost virtually all the time in midfield, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's probably yeah.
I've been really impressed with him. I mean, and this is going to be commentator's curse, isn't it? But, Jordan Ayew, I'm not going to tread too much on Jim's feet here, but he has had one shot and it was on target. So he's already 100% up on the last game. 2 minutes, they got a corner and I thought, hello, here we go. But I tell you what, we slowly got back into the game, didn't we?
We did. They started off well, and I think within 15 minutes we sort of settled into the game. I think Ocal is playing Kiefer Moore brilliantly, and that guy on his day is a Welsh international. He is a handful. Kiefer Moore is an absolute handful. So yeah, I'm really impressed with Ocal. I've really enjoyed his last few games, getting regular game time. And it shows you that I thought that Nelson was getting him settled down, but it seems like he's making that position his own. Because even with Vestergaard next to him, he still looks really good.
He is. I mean, he went down, he got his ankle kicked, and I'm sure that did hurt, to be honest with you. Hang on, Keith says put data on. I think he's busy on the Starship Enterprise, isn't he? Just saying. I mean, that was not a penalty, was it? I mean, it hit his hand on his arm, hit him sort of about there, but it did go off his knee for Vestergaard.
Yeah, and I just think the good thing is so I do fancy football, so I still watch a lot of Premier Leagues. And do you know what's really amazing? Some of the VAR decisions last weekend were absolutely mind-numbing. So, that sort of thing, that could well have been analysed by the VAR officials and given, actually, in the Premier League. So, thank God we've just got the referee that sort of says no.
Yeah. And you know what? I think you're asking where I was. This is my audition for a VAR job. Let's be honest, I couldn't do any worse. Let's have a look at the half time. 51.5. Well, it's as near as damn it. a 52-48%, split for the possession. It's like what I call a Brexit possession. XG were actually higher, although they've had 5 shots to our 3. But again, and you can have all the shots
I think Chris
in the world. They've had 5. They've only got 1 target.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Oh, sorry, you froze there for a minute, and I was just saying I think Chris needs to put 50 pence in the meter, but back on. Yeah, but we had 2 on target, so it's like you get teams with 30% possession to win games in the Premier League. So it's really encouraging, actually. I'm surprised how Jim was saying in the chat that Wrexham, a bit disappointed with Wrexham, really.
I think you should add me into that chat now. I'm not commentating.
Come on, we'll add you in. Of course we will.
Add me in. 7 touches they had in our box, 5 we had in theirs. I didn't see the games, against Coventry. That, to me, was not a bad first half. I'm not sat here angry at anybody.
No, in every area we are matching them, and you got like Rathbone, who's a really good player. You got Matty James, who normally makes they love him at Wrexham. They love him. Yeah. And they're on such a good run, like your Hulls, your Watfords, and they are the other, and Norwich. They're the informed teams, and we are doing really well, and it's encouraging. But honestly, Chris, you did miss that first half against Coventry. That was phenomenal. It was a phenomenal half of that. I mean, that blows any other performance this season, last season, out the water. So it's encouraging, really. Yeah, we've got the second half to go, but it's encouraging.
38 minutes in, the fans were shouting attack, 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 because we were playing it around the centre circle. That was a Phil Lynott song, wasn't it? Yellow Pearl.
Was it?
Attack, attack, attack. That's what we lack. That is very true, actually. That is what we fucking lack. Yeah, it was the theme to Top of the Pops for a long time.
A lot of people in the chat are saying we've still got the second half to come.
Oh, all right. What's he saying? What is he saying to his team then? Because look, and I know, and all the guys in the chat know, we've got the second, like you say, you've got the second half to come. That first 10 minutes of the second half is so important because we seem to give away goals there so easily. Usually if we don't do it just before kickoff, we do it just after kickoff. Yeah, it's one or the other. So what, if you were Marty Cifuentes, what are you saying to the players now?
I'd be saying, who wants to go for a pizza?
Well, it could be. You know
what? You're spot on though, Chris. We have been diabolical. I mean, against Cov, we let a goal in it within 2 minutes. So and the one thing is, I do love that. So they use Kiefer Moore as a focal point to win the ball and bring players in, but Okoli's stopping all that. It's going to be interesting whether to change that tactic, but they'll definitely come out strong in the second half. We've got to be ready.
We have. Any changes do you make at half time? I know obviously we've made the Ricardo one. I'm guessing Ricardo has gone to right back and Ham's gone into midfield. Tom made the point that he isn't actually sort of, we're going to lose that attacking threat of Jordan James now. But again, if I was Marty, I'd be saying, right, Hamza, you take the Skip role in that you're the holding defensive midfielder. Skip, you get forward like Jordan James does, because Skip can play that role.
He can do. I think that's a good idea, Chris. That's spot on. And I think he will. You've got to be cautious. It's difficult losing JJ because he does such penetrating runs. He will either have a shot or disrupt it to bring Decoud over reading. So I think he'll say, look, first 10 minutes, let's just carry on as we are. And I do think it's going to be interesting how Wrexham play this second half, whether they will feel they need to go quite hungry for a goal, and whether that will leave spaces open for us to exploit, which not having JJ will be able to do it. That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, I must admit, look, Matty James, I love Matty James. I would have preferred him to drink water, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's only his injury, isn't it? I mean, he missed all that season when we won the Prem. He was so unlucky with that injury, and quality player, Chris.
He was. Right, Wayne, thank you very much.
Well,
so
mate.
if you're okay for all the watch-alongs you do, if you can make the notes,
Yeah,
and then I can keep up with everything else. Looking good. I'm liking this new layout, to be honest with you, the way we're doing it. So thank you very much for joining us.
You get 1 point, Chris. It will be a good positive.
Hey, I'll take a point. I will take a point. We'll get Tom back in. Thanks so much. All the best, and I'll see you at full time.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. Tom, are you ready, sir?
Yeah, we're almost there, mate. We're just waiting for the kickoff to get underway here. And yeah, some great points from you and Wayne there at half time about things, isn't it? Yeah, I do wonder if we do need to make a change in regard to, the central mid. I mean, the way I'm looking at it now is a 0-0 could be very likely as the best result we can get, because the mobility might not be there second half, but I still think we've been solid enough and Wrexham haven't really pressed us enough yet to be too much of a danger, right?
Yeah. Just a few updates. Swansea 3, Blackburn 1. Charlton 0, Derby 2. You don't need to know Salford, Swindon. Ipswich 2, Bristol City 0. And those are the sort of scores. Oh, Preston 0, Hull City 3. And Norwich have gone 2-0 up as well at West Brom. The goals are going in everywhere.
They are. We just got underway.
They've got a common thing. I'll let you go, sir.
No worries, mate. I'll see you at full time, everyone. Let's get to the second half now, because we're underway, all right? As you see the big notion on screen that we are 45 minutes and 7 seconds in. Anyway, guys, match. I've been taken out. Keep playing with it, Chris. We'll get there. I'll keep commentating. Leicester have currently got the ball. Thank you very much, guys. We got that. Hey, everyone. How you doing? Yeah. Anyway, we're a radio show there for 30 seconds, but the second half is underway. We're coming up to about 40 seconds into it now, and Wrexham are going to have a throwing here in their own half. So, yeah, second half's going to be an interesting one here, I think, because I think the game is very tight. Poured yourself a beer ready for this half list. Score in the first 5 minutes. I'm going to bed. Fair enough, mate. We've had a hard season. We've got to pace ourselves a little bit for our mental health. And as we say that, here come Wrexham into our half. Bursting away here. Cross in. No, it wasn't a cross. It was a shot, and he went firing over the crossbar. Xhaka put his arm up, but luckily for us, there was plenty of venom on it. Not a lot of accuracy over the top of the bar. First warning shot of a Wrexham team that has come out here and gone, right, we need to do a little bit more. So interesting stuff so far. Oh goodness me, you got some power behind that, guys. Luckily it was dipping, but there was too much euphoria in the initial hit, and it put it over the top of the bar. Goal kick to Leicester, and we just booted it long, which is nice to see. Looks like we're not playing out from the back as much today, which is something. Tom, it's Marty's fault. A little bit, mate. Yeah, I mean, I would have put Louis Page in there, I think, rather than bring on Ricardo. I think Louis Page is going to be a bit more of a like-for-like change, isn't it? As we've got a race on here between Ocal and the Wrexham player, and he's gone down. Is it going to be a corner? The referee has pointed to it. No, yes, it looks like it is a corner. It's hard to see with the referee when they point sometimes. Okoli's protesting here against something, and I think they've actually given a free kick, guys. Let me just double check this now. Yeah, so in came bombing the Wrexham player, and Okoli got his foot on the ball. It was a really good tackle. It was heavy, but the referee has given it as a free kick to Wrexham. Would you believe it? This is one where if there was VAR, you would say that wouldn't be given. And they've got a free kick here just outside our penalty area, halfway towards the 6-yard box. So it's going to be a cross in that's going to come here. Kiefer Moore's got 4 headed goals so far this season, which puts him rank first for the amount of goals. Nothing to worry about. Vestergaard's going to deal with him here. So, yeah, we're going to have to defend here. It's halfway alongside our penalty area. Here comes the in, swinger towards the back. Jacob punches it clear. Really well done then. It's going to be on the volley outside the area and over the top of the crossbar. That one even higher than the last one. Wrexham come out at the start here, guys, with a little bit of an attitude shift. I imagine their managers had a word from at half-time and told them that we need to get a little bit more incisive with what we're doing and at least threaten the goal a bit more. We're going to try and play out from the back now. We're passing between Jacob and Nelson by the looks of it. No, Vestergaard, my apologies. Back here is Skip now trying to get involved, and we're going to have to go forward because Wrexham are really pressing us deep here. They've got all their players in our half, and now they're going to throw it down this flank again. They're trying to target that left-hand side of ours. It's going to come all the way through now to Cassera at the back post, and he gets the shot away. It loops up, and the goalkeeper's being marked there by Kiefer Moore. He's got a punch away and done pretty well there in the circumstances before hitting the deck, and the ball will come out of the penalty area now, and is going to go out for a Leicester throwing. So, wow. We have dealt with a little bit of pressure there in the first 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes of this one. Wrexham looking like they're up for it. The shot from Cassera there came off the inside of Ricardo's legs, bounced up and nearly bounced under the crossbar. Kiefer Moore battling with Jacob. Jacob did just about enough, but once again, was he a little bit lightweight there? He was pushed by Kiefer Moore and he just about scrapped it away with that left-hand palm there. Anyway, like well said, Neil, Wrexham have come out for business second half, and Keith said there, we're playing normal second half. Could be repeating history. The madness of Leicester City Football Club, guys, isn't it? It's what we expect. As a Cody now is going to play the ball forward here. There's a little bit of a battle going on between Fatawu and Doyle, but Fatawu's just about done enough there, but unfortunately we lost the ball. Hamza's protesting that the physical nature of that on Fatawu was enough to be a free kick. Referee's not going to go for it. Referees aren't giving us any help with this tonight. Okoli back here again now trying to clear it. Clears it off O'Brien, and it's going to go out for, I believe, a throw-in. Even though the camera's not really showing where it ended up. Good work from Sky Sports there. Didn't see where the ball went out of play. The rain's really still coming down here, which makes the pitch quite slick. It's interesting. Someone recommended we might bring on Daka for the second half. And the thing is, we tried to play Ayew in early, didn't we? And a few times Okoli, when he tried it, pushing up as well, got a bit too much on the ball. You've got to consider that the pitch is obviously so wet, you don't have to put as much on it. And it put Ayew in difficulties. Maybe Daka might not be a bad shout in the circumstances of the conditions, you know. Anyway, we're going to be competing with the ball here at halfway. Ayew now lays it back to Ricardo, who's pushing up. Need a good second half performance from Ricardo here, without a shadow of a doubt. Okoli trying to play it forward now. It's going to find its way and bobble through to Mavididi, who's got Fatawu down with him as well. We've got very narrow. Fatawu's taking on Doyle here. He's got some space. He's going to play the low cross towards the 6-yard box. Wrexham deal with it. Hamza's up here as well now. Both teams taking turns at pressing each other quite high up the pitch, seeing Fatawu out of position or Mavididi, one or the other, because they're both on the same side of the pitch. Honest opinion, they don't look fit enough. Stephen, you might have a fair point on this. I think it's a problem we've had at the club pre-Marty Cifuentes, that, isn't it? It all seemed to go downhill when, well, I said before, Dave Rennie left the club. Wrexham take their throw-in now down towards their goal, and they're going to try and break down the flank, and Okoli comes diving in to knock the ball out of play. We don't even know how to deal with a high press. What do we do in training? It's very true, Gray. It's very true. It's a combination of that for me and just the difficulties we have in mentality. But I will say something tonight. I mean, it's not been pretty. It's not been, you know, by any stretch of the imagination, a good performance. But I think the back four have done all right so far, bearing in mind they're quite a mismatch as well of what the players we've got available, right? Like Chris has put there, we need to win by 2 clear goals to move up to 12. I think if that's to happen, Chris, we're going to need to win a corner and score from a corner. We're going to need Fatawu to do a halfway line goal again. Hamza kicks the ball out of play now. Marty's down there directing things, giving his players some encouragement, clapping and pointing up the top of the pitch. Looks like he's recommended they try and get into a bit of space here. Now, Wrexham with the throwing in. It's going to come right down here, and Okoli once again is there trying to mop it up. Okoli kicks it off O'Brien, who's pressing a lot for Wrexham this second half, and it's gone behind for a goal kick. Leicester, I was going to say, Chris on his second counter-sided. What Chris didn't tell you about the rearranging of positions, it meant that he could drink more and he could be more like he was in the last post-match, which means he's a little bit sloshed when he gets to the... But it makes the show more entertaining, right, guys? Here come Wrexham again now. A ball into the middle. Hamza's just going to boot it clear. But Wrexham picked the ball up again. We're looking sharp on the counter-attack a little bit, but, you know, you do wonder, don't you? There's 4 players up there ready to pounce on that, which I've not seen very often this season. Shh. Marty looking like a rabbit in the headlights a little bit, mate. I do wonder what's the point of him pointing to certain things. You do wonder, don't you, a little bit. That O'Brien's like a whippet. He's very physical as well, isn't he, Paul? Very physical with the ball. Really getting involved in players. I think the same goes for Rathborne as well. He's like a little bulldog, isn't he? He's not the tallest bloke, but he's got a bulldog sort of physique. Here come Wrexham down with Casser now down the left-hand side. Ricardo there trying to shield him out. He's going to link up with Doyle, who's overlapping. And he's going to come all the way back here to Longman, who lays it off now back. And Wrexham have been pushed back here. We might have survived that first 4 or 5 minutes of just heavy press from Wrexham because they started to go backwards. That was a nice ball into the middle of the play, though, there. Kiefer Moore's linked up to Rathbone. He gets a strike away. It bounces and it goes along the grass. And unfortunately for Wrexham, it's well saved. And now there's another shot coming in, blocked by Vestergaard. Cleared away by Fatawu now. There was a little bit of space that opened up all of a sudden. Now we got a counter-attack. What an interesting game. Here comes Mavrodidi. He's got to get the shot away. Mavrodidi, and it's a good save from Okonkwo down at his near post. He read it well, to be fair. He sort of got down onto his hands and knees and just chested it away. And it's going to go out for a Leicester City throwing. That was an indicative thing of what this game's been about. There was a tiny bit of space. Wrexham tried to exploit it. We make two good blocks there. One with the goalkeeper, one with the defender. It comes free. We got a 2-on-2. Mavrodidi there gets around his man, gets the strike away, and luckily for Wrexham, the angle was enough where Okonkwo could read it well, get down and make the block. But either team could have scored in that little bit. When I said at half-time, at the curse of the commentator, this could be a 0-0 game, especially when you've got the issue about mobility for me in the centre of midfield. All of a sudden, this game has opened up a little bit. It's really turned into an interesting second half now. You can tell both teams want the points. Corner to Leicester. We've got all the boys up here. Ricardo's pushing one of their centre-backs now as we speak and trying to wrestle him out of position. A lot of tussling in the 6-yard box. Looks like Kiefer Moore's trying to mark the front. No, sorry, it's Longman. In towards the near post. It's a poor corner. Well cleared there by Wrexham. It's going to come out to halfway and Hamza Chowdhury. Smart play, that's what we want to see. I think that's right, Prashant. I think the good thing is tonight they've not overcomplicated the playing out from the back. I think sometimes they've got better at the playing the long ball out when you just get rid of it, right? Hamza's been just getting rid of it at times. So I think that's better. I said that early in the season we needed to be able to get the balance right and show the intelligence of a football team where when to play out from the back and when just to get rid of it. Because I think times we were getting it completely muddled and wrong, right? AU not in the possession position, didn't give Steffi much option. Well said, mate. We did that in the second half against Coventry as well, didn't we? I felt them when players came on. They were sticking too close to the Coventry men and there was space around them they were not finding and not giving their teammates an option to pass into, right? Ball play forward by Wrexham now. They're going to take it down and turn and strike. And oh my word, it's just gone past that near post. And Jacob's going mad there at the Leicester defence. That happened so quick, I stumbled over my words. So it was a long free kick in that came all the way down. It looked like it was going towards Kiefer Moore. He then lays it down on his chest, just hits it on the volley outside the penalty area. It glides along the grass and goes past Jacob's near left-hand side post. And the curl on it took it away from the goal. But if the curl wasn't on it, that was going in the bottom corner. I think Jacob, to his credit, would have got down just quick enough there. But Jacob was a bit annoyed the fact that he got free there. Obviously, their target man, no one title closing down. Well said, Neil. That's exactly the point, right? Throwing in now from Wrexham as they look to try and build on what has been a little encouraging start for them. It's very much a game where we're going to have to try and catch them out like we did with Mavrodidi a minute ago when they're pressing up. Right, that is where we're going to get the goal in this. Let Gray, we're getting battered, Marty, change it. We're holding on at the moment, Gray, but I do know what you mean. It's looking a little bit ominous, isn't it? As long as we can get this counter-attack right, then it might still work in our favour, but we're going to have to keep showing some resilience now. We really struggle at playing through teams, don't we? Ironically, it might suit us in the second half to have to, get our backs to the wall a bit and just get a counter-attack. Here come Wrexham again. Kiefer Moore there was well shielded out by Okoli. Comes across. Okoli's tackling tonight like he's an absolute warhorse. Every tackle he makes looks like it's very heavy and he's trying to make a point, which I really appreciate seeing, actually. Ball forward now. Going to come down this side here, and Ricky's out of position here with Fatawu, all a bit narrow. Casser's picked it up, going to be played through, and once again Ricky's given a lot of room to Casser here. He's going to try and get across, and it deflects off the leg of Ricardo, and it's gone behind here with Okoli doing a good job on Rathborne there. Okoli's apologised to him because he ended up dumping him into the advertising hoarding, but it wasn't intentional, and it's gone behind the goal now. Just going to see if this has gone for a corner or not. We'll see on the replay. Here comes Cassare. Ricardo, yeah, I mean, that was pretty lazy, I'm afraid. He sort of slightly lifted his foot rather than getting his leg up, and it has gone behind for the corner. But the looping off Ricardo's foot could have put it right into the top corner. Luckily, Cody covered his mate there and got him out of that one. Corner coming in now from Wrexham. He's going to go towards the back post, and Jacobs come up and picked it up. And the referee there has decided the corner is going to be retaken because there's been a bit of a duel going on between Skip and Hyam. I think that's a bit harsh. If they score from this, I mean, it was 50-50. It was a lot of handbags, but I don't think you can retake a corner over it. The corner had already come into the box. Okoli is having a good game. Well said, Chris. Corner's going to come in now again, and once again, it's towards the back post. Jacobs stayed there this time, and this time has been handbags, and this time the referee's given it in our favour. AU and Skip are both on the deck. Hamza's pulling them up, giving them both a pat on the back here. I think the team spirit looks a bit better tonight than what he did from Coventry, to be fair. Yeah, Skip ends up getting DDT'd by AU because he got pushed into him. Under the arm, boomf, head into the ground. If you watch wrestling, you know what a DDT is. Getting up towards the hour now, guys. Yeah, please watch the spoilers, guys. Yeah, I'm trying my best to make sure I'm ahead of you all. Obviously, talk about it just after I spoke about it, you know, but we've got to be a little bit careful. We're trying something new out tonight, so there might be one or two mishaps along the way. Don't take things personally if things get slightly out of hand, of course. We're trying to get it all right. Into the Wrexham half, and it's going to be a throwing to Leicester now. The referee, I thought the referee was actually doing something there, but no, we're just going to pick the ball up and wait with it. Okay, Okoli has now been played down the right-hand side. He's under pressure now from O'Brien, who once again is everywhere. Two Wrexham players closing down Jacob, who's going to clear it towards the halfway line. Headed down here, but luckily Rathborne can't pick it up, and Nelson's going to come back inside here and lay it off to Okoli. A lot of the balls are going through Okoli, interestingly enough. Is it me or was Chowdhury a better captain than Ricardo? I mean, it's funny. I think Hamza's been better tonight. I still think he could do a little bit more, but I've seen him doing a lot more positive encouragement without a shadow of a doubt. The interesting thing is how much of an impact I think Decordova-Reid is bringing to that as well. And Jordan James obviously is off the pitch now, but I think when the chips are down and you need someone to be a leader and you haven't naturally got one, the leadership in people comes out, right? I've seen it in workplaces. Long ball from Wrexham goes behind for a goal kick to Leicester. Every team knows our weakness. I think that's right, Gray. I mean, if I was managing against Leicester, I would literally, I'll just pressurise them to death because I know they give up eventually, unfortunately. Although maybe we've turned the page in mentality tonight. Goalkeeper playing it out short here to Skip, who lays it off to Okoli. Okoli's playing a longer pass forward now, and AU's been pushed over again there. AU has been pushed over a few times in this game. I know here come Wrexham with Kiefer Moore down the side. He's going to cut inside, get a shot away. It's curling, but luckily for us, it's off target. Flashes past the left-hand post. Kiefer Moore found himself in a flank position there, but the danger is, of course, when he comes inside, is that he's got a good shot on him. Luckily for us, it was curling completely wide, but still. Have we found our answer at left-back? I think Ben Nelson's looked very accomplished so far, to be fair. I mean, it's quite a damning thing to say, though, isn't it? The fact that Luke Thomas, it's meant to be his natural position, and unfortunately, the defensive side of his game's not been up to scratch at all. But Nelson's really focused on that part of it. We need to make something. Page as that player, to make a sub. I think that could be a good shout. I think with fresh legs as well of Louis Page, I think that could be quite crucial in this. The good thing is, because we got Hamza here, Hamza is dropping back, and actually we are forming a back three at times now by the looks of it. And in fact, it looked like there we were a bit of a back three. But of course, it does mean we lose that ball movement in the middle. But as the game narrows up, that might not be a disadvantage as long as we could play the counter-attacks. Fata with a really woeful pass there. Didn't even look up, just came to him and just booted it into the middle. And there was no one there because A was out of position, I think. Looks to me like Mavrididi's actually gone up top here a little bit, and AU's dropped to the wing, interestingly, which is very bizarre. But they seem to be rotating and alternating quite a lot. And like Chris has said there, Okoli looks like he's back of a back three. Ball across into the box. Jack has made a mess, and it is 1-0 Wrexham. That was the mess, guys, and it's finally happened. Unfortunately, I was just singing their praises, which you never should do. There's been a low cross into the box. It was, no, Brian's got on the end of it, and it's gone in. A lot of headless chickens there, not with a lot of composure. I think we have just changed to a back three as well. And ironically, that's what's going to cost us. We're going to see the replay now. Wrexham play it down for this left-hand side here. They play a nice little ball in. Ricardo, unfortunately, has been done there. And that's what's allowed the ball in. It deflects off the foot of Ocal. Jacob gets a hand on it. But unfortunately, because of the wet pitch, he can't get a hold of it fully. And it falls out. And O'Brien's got an empty net to smash it into. And actually, Decordova-Reid gave up running back as well to even try and track it. He lost his man. Caser there with the danger. Vestergaard actually shoved the guy to try and stop him getting the original shot away. That might have been a penalty. Yeah, he did. He put an arm into him. Jacob there with a really poor little... I don't know why Jacob didn't commit to just grabbing the ball there. Why are you playing that, Chris? It's not for us. Lewis O'Brien's fourth championship goal of the season, guys, and unfortunately, that is just not what we didn't need. Absolutely useless. What is Jacob doing? Everyone's saying it. All at sea, frustrating. Jacob awful to skip, but that's entirely my point. I think when you're in that position, you commit to just grabbing the ball. You might get kicked in the head. It's happened to me. That's probably why I'm a little bit loopy when I'm in a goalkeeper. But you've got to commit to grabbing that ball. Now Ricardo's arguing the referee here as he's given a free kick. Skip has hit the deck. I was looking away for a second there. Skip's looking in a bit of trouble here. Ricardo's defending this and saying, why isn't there a booking? Here we go. And it was a push. Oh, my word. It was a push from Kiefer Moore, the physicality of him, and then he bounced him off another Wrexham player. And Wrexham are arguing it was never a free kick because it was a duel. But unbelievable there. Unfortunately for Skip, he took a double whammy. He took one hit and then bumped straight into the other player. So it was a bit of a double impact for him. It's going to have knocked him a little bit silly. Hopefully he'll be able to continue. But he is still down on the ground here, looking a little bit exposed. If that's what's happened, we're probably going to get Louis Page on here. And we still can't keep a clean sheet. That run continues. Well said there, Jeff. Manager. Is it mission impossible now? Or can they fight back? I mean, if I was Wrexham, I wouldn't actually overcommit now to the forward part of the game because I think the only chances we've had so far there, Blue Fox, have been from when they've committed a lot of players forward and we've ended up in 2-on-2 situation with Mavididi and Ayew. And even then, we cocked it up pretty much and couldn't do a lot with it. I think Mavididi's lost that little bit of confidence, hasn't he, over the last year as well? Especially with a wet pitch, you think he could probably just dink it inside and get around his man. He said he took the long way around and then it was an easier shot for the goalkeeper to read. And that was our one chance so far to really create a real good goal-scoring opportunity. So there's still a long time here. Skip is finally back on his feet, but this is going to add a lot more time here. 25 games without keeping a clean sheet. The stats are up to date. And off comes Skip here. I think he's going to come back on, but he looks to me like he could be a bit concussed, you know. A lot of discussions going on between the referee and some Wrexham players right now. They are the masters of the dark arts in some places. You know what I mean? I quite like football teams that play heavy. I think you've got to have a bit of that in your team because I think it's a part of, you know, showing that you're not going to be pushed around, right? And we've seen it from Ocal tonight. Just heavy in the tackle. Skip is done, guys. He's coming off. He looks like he's literally been smacked in the face by Mike Tyson. He's rolling his head on his shoulders, and Louis Page is stripping off here. So we're down to 10 men at the minute. Louis Page is going to be coming on in just a second. Drop ball after that. Yeah, I should have said that. You were right, mate. You're not spoiling because I didn't say it. That's all good. Caser now playing a ball forward into the inside channel. Play back to him down the left-hand channel here. Ricardo once again's all at sea. The ball's coming into the 6-yard box, goes all the way across, and Vestergaard gets his foot through it. It missed 3 Leicester players there. It missed Ocal, and it also missed Nelson, who'd come back in there. Sorry, no, Nelson wasn't there. I believe it was Decordova-Reid, actually. But, of course, we are a man down at the moment. It keeps coming from Caser on his left-hand side. He whips another ball in. Ocal gets his head on it. And it comes back to Wrexham now. We've got us Penn back in here. Mavididi manages to make an interception and knock it out of play for a throwing. Hopefully we can make the substitution in a minute. As soon as they high press, we were doomed. That's it, Gray. Well said. That's exactly what happened. And the goalkeeper tried to push it out. Well said, Stephen. Yeah, exactly. He should have grabbed it. I would have committed as a goalkeeper in that position to grabbing it. If you get kicked in the head, you get kicked in the head, but you've got to grab it. You know, you can't be afraid of it. Here we go. Ball picked up now by Casera again. Casera's been their danger man, and he's linking up very well with Doyle, who's been very much committed to the forward part of his game for a centre-back. I quite like Doyle. I know a lot of Leicester fans didn't like him that much. I thought there was a player there with the right sort of coaching. Ayu's been dragged back there by Sheaf, and his frustrations continue because the referee's not given it. And then Mavididi, I believe, it was Ricardo, went in pretty hard. Ayew is kicking off at the assistant referee. And I do feel a bit for Jordan Ayew here because I do believe actually he goes down light sometimes, and he's gone in the book for his protestations to the fourth official there. But I do feel for him a little bit because I do think 2 of these should have been free kicks. A couple of them, yeah, they were a little bit harsh, but he's been dragged back there. I mean, Sheaf's got his arms around him, trying to give him a cuddle around the back. And he doesn't just go down either. He's trying to wrestle him off, and the referee gives nothing. Crazy. They look a frustrated team, definitely, Stephen. I'm not ready to give up on them yet, but we are looking like if Wrexham keep exposing us with Casera down the left-hand side, which is where all their danger's coming from, then we are going to get ourselves in a bit of trouble there. Okoye now dinks a nice little ball forward. I was saying that, though, it's going to be headed out of play by Wrexham. Skipper's off, and here comes Louis Page now on the 68th minute. So we're finally back to 11 men at least. Skip's looking like he's very dazed still, bless him. Ball out of play, Leicester throwing here down on our right-hand side. Ricardo, once again, guys, I'm sorry. Like, he has been terrible. Like, his reading of the game seems to have gone. Like, before, at least he had some experience and intelligence, even if his legs were a little bit dodgy, perhaps. But no, that was unbelievable. Like, his positioning has been so woeful, guys. He's very angry, you're right. And I think he's got a reason to be angry, actually, because I do think, like, we say he goes down easy. There's a couple of times I think, actually, that he's gone down because he's actually been fouled, gets no protection. Yeah, I'd agree with that. The last one in particular, I get why he kicked off, because they had arms around him and he didn't dive down. And once again, he's bundled over again here. At least this time they give them a free kick. Frustrating one for Jordan Ayew. I mean, I do wonder if some referees pigeonhole players, don't they? You know, Mara's got this in the Premier League. I mean, the year we won the Premier League, I swear he should have had 5 more penalties that season, but it got to the point where referees just weren't going to give them because it was Riyad Mahrez. He was getting fouled, but he was good as Riyad Mahrez, right? It's like how it's Jordan Ayew. Jacob's got the ball here now as we're just trying to make a plan of action. Looks like we have got a back 3, and it looks like we have got Hamza in the middle of it now, which is interesting. But then the shape is all over the place. We've got the ball outside their penalty area now, though. We've got Mavididi trying to hold it up. There was a bit of pulling there. Once again, Wrexham not afraid to use their arms as they pulled Mavididi back, and he had 3 players around him. We're trying to get the ball back towards their box here, and unfortunately, it looks like we're going to lose possession, which is going to go out. It's been hoofed out here for a throwing to Leicester, about 5 yards out from their right-hand penalty area. We throw it back in now. Linking up well, Ricardo switched sides as well now and gone across here to the left-hand side. What's fascinating is the lack of shape and discipline we're showing now. It's almost like we're actually getting to the point where players are just in it for themselves, trying to make something happen. Deco Doveri can't get played in there. It's intercepted. And now Wrexham are going to try and get it clear. And it's gone off Hamza Chowdhury and gone out for a throwing to Wrexham near their penalty area. Top on the board should be ashamed of themselves. Do you know what the worrying thing is, Gray? I mean, like we saw with the show earlier, which obviously thank you all very much for the views on that one, guys. Make sure you go back and check it out after this if you haven't seen it, where we had Stefan Borson and we talked about the PSR stuff. It seems to me like there isn't even a plan to fix that. You just wonder what is going on. Imagine with no clue how to adapt and change the plan. Half of this team wouldn't be on my bench if I managed the team. I can't disagree with either of you guys there, Stephen and Gray, honestly. I think they're very good points. And I think the thing about it is just that as Ricardo there goes in with O'Brien, catches him slightly, and the free kick's been given, sorry. Ricardo's looking frustrated because he's saying, why is Jordan not getting one when I'm doing something similar? O'Brien's there telling Ricardo what he did, and Ricardo's there doing the normal Ricardo going, what are you doing, mate? Why are you trying to get me in trouble? He did just barge him over, but then you would argue that was exactly what happened to Jordan Ayew, right? And once again, Neil said he was slow in there. 20 minutes to go to save this game, guys. We need to see a little bit more out of us. And like I say, it's interesting how we seem to be losing our discipline around shape, but I do wonder if that's not a bad thing, because is the manager really making good decisions? Probably not. Fatui's going to pick the ball up now, and O'Brien's won another free kick off Ricardo. Discipline is flying out the window. The frustration is boiling over. If I'm not a betting man, but I can sense a red card coming in a minute for someone. The tensions are boiling over what seems to be a bias towards Wrexham in decision making. Exactly, Gray. We are too disjointed. I think the frustrations are coming from a good place today, actually. I think the players are frustrated they can't do more, but then we've got to ask questions about the manager again, haven't we? Which I've been saying for weeks now, and I don't like sacking managers, but you've got to look at the sum of parts he's dealing with and the results and go, we should be doing better here. Ball in now from Wrexham from the free kick. It's going to bounce around outside the penalty area, and luckily it's skied over the crossbar. And he said skied high and wide there. Referee's a Deadpool fan. Comment of the night for Prashant. Well done, mate. Give yourself a pat on the back for that one. Brilliant. Going to be a goal kick to Leicester now. I would have, controversially, I would have brought Daka on. I think Daka for Ayew would have made perfect sense, and it just because of the conditions. I think the conditions are conducive to a counter-attacking game where you can play someone through, which is the best you're going to get out of Patson Daka. Too easy to play against us, press line, be aggressive with a bunch of Premier League pussies. There is a lot of that. There is an adjustment from the Premier League style to the Championship, because you get protected a lot more in the Premier League. We've noticed Fatu where he complains about people leaving it on him, right? And I'm thinking, if you can get and learn this, Abdul, then you're going to become an elite player, because that's the challenge that's put in front of you, right? Louis Page here battling between two Wrexham players. Fatu flicks it in, but he's not looking. He doesn't look up, and there's no one in the box. So it goes all the way through to a Concro. It's desperation football now, guys. It is desperate. We look like a football club on its knees, to be honest. Kick out from a Concro into our half, and he's done a Casper Schmeichel and put it all the way out here for Ricardo to have a throwing. I think Daka should start with Ayew. Ayew was the last 10 minutes sub for us. Very good, very good. Very good idea, actually. Hopefully we sign a new striker and just give someone else a go. I mean, I think that'll be really helpful. We need an uplift from somewhere right now, don't we? Ball's been heading around Jave Evans. You can't even, it's not Edwards today then, Chris. It's Jave Evans, is it? We know what you meant, Jake Evans. We are desperate. Yeah, I agree with that, Gray. We are in a desperate situation here. What gets me is, I think a lot of us have been in managerial positions and led groups and that. I haven't done it in football, obviously, but you can just see, he loves it when I banter him, really. Love you, mate. You can just see the individual frustrations coming out now, But the players have got to take accountability for it. Okoye there does a good job of winning the ball back, and Hamza nearly plays us back into trouble there. He passes it around outside in the penalty area. Page is trying to play Ayew down the flank here, and unfortunately we're so deep that he's not going to do anything from there. It feels like to me I'm looking at a game where Wrexham have got at least 5 extra players, because they're everywhere, and we seem to be all narrow and really finding it hard to find each other. They're trying to wind it by for a second yellow. Yeah, and that's what you're going to get from this team. And hey, if I was a manager, I'll be telling him to do it as well. It's a part of the game, lads, isn't it? Page now in the middle. Can we create something, guys, of note? Can we play a nice little bit of football here? Can we actually put a couple of passes together, maybe a couple of quick fire passes, and penetrate through what is a very, very difficult team to get through with their lineup? Here's Fatawu down the right-hand side. He's having a terrible game. He tries to take on his man. He does get past Cacer, but once again, there comes Doyle. Doyle and Cacer are the tag team of the world tonight, because every time they're doing it together. They're attacking together, they're defending together, they're in it together. And Ricardo all of a sudden has rocked up when Fatu was on his own. Terrible. Yeah, exactly. 75 minutes and no tactical substitutions. He's changed shape a little bit, but I'm questioning if he's changed shape and it's not just the players doing it, to be completely honest, because I've seen Fatawu and Mavrodidi switching sides. I've seen Mavrodidi go up front because Ayew was too deep. I'm not even sure if it's instruction. It's just because the players are trying to make something happen. Frustrating times, guys, unfortunately. I should have brought an alcoholic beverage down. Instead, I'm on the zero mocktail, which is another word for lilt, basically. That's what a mocktail is, isn't it? Substitutions coming up for Wrexham here. And to make matters worse, Longman is off. They brought on Kabore, who's got a lot of pace. He's going to be fit and fully riled up, ready to go. And Thomason's on the midfield to replace Rathbone as well, who's had a very, explosive game for him. I worry about Kabore coming on. Oh, look, Wrexham making tactical subs. Well said, Chris. And Ruud van Nistelrooy Mark II is not a bad comment. I literally think this is what we would have got from Ruud van Nistelrooy. And I'm actually at the point where I think Ruud van Nistelrooy might have done a little bit better, which shows you how backwards we have gone there, Gray. It's incredible, isn't it? Here comes Monga. Monga's coming on for Deckled over Reed. Okay, so we've got something happening now. So Monga is on. You would hope that Monga can bring a bit of that trickery with his feet and make it matter, because Wrexham are going to put bodies around us. There seems to be, like I said, every time we've got the ball, going 10. Yes, Neil, it looks like it, mate. It does look like he's gone 10. I'm just going to have a look now. Looks like he's not on the flank at the moment, but it'll probably change in a minute. Ball's headed up now towards the far side. We're trying to play it out, and Wrexham there are getting to a scrappy one. Hamza's called steaming in. He won the ball, but the referee's given a free kick. And Hamza, unfortunately, got a bit calmer there because they came steaming in from nowhere. He did win the ball. It's not a free kick, but it was a heavy, heavy tackle, obviously, and he stubbed his toe by the looks of it because he's holding it. Oh, no, the referee's giving it to us. That's good. Sorry, Hamza fell over. I digress. I was assuming the wrong thing there. Louis Page now as we come in here, but Wrexham are back and neatly organised. They know exactly when to press us, and we've got no way to come through here. Okoli plays it back. There's just no desire to get the ball forward. We're on the halfway line. It's been passed between Vestergaard and Okoli again, guys. We're back to this again. Swap with Steffi 10. Yeah, Steffi's gone in a 10. Well noticed, mate. Why the Marty hate? A professional player should be able to keep the ball and pass one. And that's not Marty. That's common, like picking. Yeah, no, I get your point there, Mad Jason. I mean, I just think this is something that QPR fans warned us about a little bit. The fact that we don't have the versatility. And I'm not being unfair, but when you compare him to other championship managers, I see managers like the Hull manager, who's currently, I believe they're currently smashing Preston, not to give spoilers away, but, you know, Chris is putting the scores up in the chat. And you look at that and go, like, he makes adjustments. After they beat us, they changed their formation for the next game because they knew that team was going to be different. We don't have that level of thinking with our manager. It's all got to be 4-2-3-1. And if it doesn't work, we're in trouble. Fatu, we're getting into a bit of a duel there at the goal line. Unfortunately, it's been picked up by a Okonkwo. No danger at all. It's so disorganised. And Fatu has given away the ball too much. You're right. The thing that annoys me, he's not looking up anymore. He's not even taking a minute. You'd think with the ball at his feet, he'd be able to have a moment for himself. And it's desperate. It is really desperate. What we need really is someone to really emphasize the basics, because the basics are what we struggle on. I think even under Ruud, there was an assumption that the players should know how to pass and all this, and they probably should because they're quality players, right? I think there's a bit of arrogance about it. Like, oh no, they're great players, so they can pass to each other. Final 10 minutes here, Wrexham have got the ball in our half, but it doesn't seem to work out that way. We don't seem to get the basics right. Anyway, Kabore now plays it off Nelson, and it's going to go out for a throwing to Wrexham on about the halfway line. Final 10 minutes for us to maybe smash and grab an unlikely point from this. But we've got to be honest, when it comes to who's looking more dangerous when they get up towards the goal, it's going to be Wrexham. In fact, we've only had the one chance, and this half's flown past, hasn't it? Our players couldn't pass win. Maybe that's the problem, Chris. Maybe they're constipated. That's why they're so frustrated tonight. Long ball forward from Wrexham now, and it's gone over Okoli, and unfortunately for Wrexham, it's hit the player's legs and gone out for a throwing. They're very disappointed with that because that was a good long ball, and Okoli didn't deal with that one. Ricardo's going to take the throwing for Leicester now, halfway in our half at the near-hand side. Page has kicked it off one of their players. I didn't see who that was. Oh, it was Thomason, and it's gone out again. Wonder how much added time we're going to have as well, guys. Of course, Skip was down for a little while there. We might get to about maybe 5 minutes of added time. There has to be a change somewhere in the club. We're going nowhere. Ironically, like, they play like a team that has not got a driver at the wheel, but the car is kind of just careering all over the place, and you're desperate for someone just to have a steering wheel to grab hold on, and then you look on the front seat and go, oh, there's not even a steering wheel in this car. That's what they play like. It's bizarre, isn't it? Wrexham going to take a throw in now. It's going to bounce around in the middle. We've got all our players around the ball, narrowed up really quite tight there. Nelson's going to come down the left-hand side, and the pass is so poor. And unfortunately, Wrexham are countering with Kabore. That pace I warned you about. Ball into the box, headed all the way back across to the other side of the pitch. It's going to be a throwing. Ricardo headed it out for a throwing, luckily, rather than the corner. But this is my warning about Kabore. Luke Thomas. See, that shows you how bad it's been. My apologies, Luke. You're not playing tonight. Let's be fair. Nelson played a ball there, and Kabore just saw it coming, picked it off, and was gone. Really bad pass. The first bad one he's probably made of the night, but still, you can't be doing that. Wrexham now have got his pen back again. They're playing some nice one-touch football. Cassare tries to play it in the middle, and Cody's going to clear it here now. Headed out there by the centre-back, Hyam. They're going to try and play it over the top. There's a bit of indecision then, and it's going to be Vestergaard trying to compete with it. Ricardo there trying to win the throwing, and he has won it. We're still down in our end of the pitch, and there's 2 balls on the pitch here. I think the referee's going to let the game go. Goes all the way back to a Concro though again. Unbelievable. The header from Ricky is why it's heartbreaking. His legs are gone. Another defender will head it out for a corner. Ricky's football brain just heads out for a throw-in. Yeah, it's difficult to watch, isn't it? Very difficult to watch on that front. And it's a shame because it damages what's been a pretty good Leicester career for Ricky, for me. I mean, it's like the whole thing of, you can overstay the party, right? So there we go. Don't worry, Russell Martin will be in a couple of weeks. We'll be playing 3-5-2 then, won't we, Armchair? Ricardo there getting into a cynical one, and then he brings down Thomason because he's lost his head, and he goes in the book. Yeah, sick for the season. I bet Ricardo's thinking, I might as well get a red card and I'm not going to have to deal with this anymore. Every team has an identity and a game plan. We have neither, and we couldn't win if there were 10 balls on the pitch. Yeah, agree with that. Going to be a great opportunity here from the set piece from Wrexham. All their defenders are up, stood on the edge of our penalty area. I must remember to breathe in between talking. Ball into the box, bounces behind for a goal kick. Head on it from Wrexham. Luckily for us, it went past the far post. We've got 5 minutes to rescue something here from what looks like an impossible situation. Cheers, everyone. Hamza here's got the ball. We've got 5 minutes to go, and we just look like we're just trying to get some confidence passing it around the back. Cody chips it forward again. Cody keeps trying to play long balls forward. He's probably the only one trying to do it, actually. What's the bet he gets dropped for the next game as a consequence because he's trying to make something happen? Anyway, Solarchik picks the ball up again. Now he's going to roll it out to Vestergaard here. We need to have a plan, guys. That's it. Vestergaard goes long. He's trying to find that. Oh, my word. He's gone long and it's gone straight out of play. Terrible. What can you say about that? Throw into Wrexham. Cheers, Tom. Well said, mate. I should have brought booze down with me. Next watch along, I'm going to have booze because at least that way you'll hear me slurring while the game goes on, guys, won't you? Long throw from Wrexham over into our half. It's been nodded on, but luckily there's no one coming to press it. And it's going to go all the way back to Jacob, just outside our penalty area towards this left-hand side. Played across to a Coley on the right. You can almost predict what I'm going to say next when you hear it's gone back to Jacob. It ends up getting passed down and played all the way down to a Coley. Hey, yeah, Brad, how are you, mate? Yeah, not good, bud, unfortunately. Ricardo plays a forward ball here, and the passing again, he just passed it straight to a Wrexham player, guys. We're going to win a free kick out of it, luckily, and Ayu's now moaning again. Oh, looks like West Brom's managerial appointment's gone. Well, I did say that was a stupid one. West Brom 0, Norwich 5. My word. Maybe there's someone having a worse night than us tonight, guys. Who knew it? Just went to take a free kick now. There's a bit of debate going on here, and Wrexham are saying the ball needs to go further back. Ayu's getting funny here. Casser's just throwing it away, basically. What's bizarre is Casser's picked the ball up and thrown it away there, and the referee has not done anything about it. Do you think we've upset the EFL and they've told the referees, don't give Leicester anything? It's not a performance where we deserve anything on our own account, but it would be helpful if the referee would actually give yellow cards out where he should. That is incredible, guys. Incredible. Looks like Jordan Ayew is going to take this now. Hamza stood alongside him, slightly up the pitch. Going to have to get it in the box, guys. And it hits the first man, guys. Could you write it? Anyway, it's going to come out now low, and Ricardo's there, and he's been bundled down. Referee says nothing giving. Wrexham trying to counter-attack, and we've got Louis Page coming across to block it out, and it's going to go out for a throw-in. Chris, when you start the post-match, bud, I'm going to need to go have 5 minutes to go shout in the woods. So start without me and I'll come back and join in, bud, all right? Back to Wrexham now as they clear it out long from there. Cheers, mate. We pick the ball up now. They're in their half. It's going to be Monga. Monga lays it off backwards here to Nelson. Nelson to Hamza Chowdhury. Goes back to Okoli again. Okoli's now going to play it down to Ricardo. Sorry, Fatawu. Fatawu had to come all the way back because Kasser had it well read. Once again, the passing quality is terrible. Right, bit weird, but all right, yeah. Louis Page flicks it on now. Are we going to get a lucky chance? No, the referee's given a free kick to Wrexham because Jordan Ayew was in a duel. I'm going to defend Jordan Ayew on this one. I think he tonight, he's got every reason to be frustrated because there's been a lot of things. Oh, I hit him on the arm. Okay, fair enough. But what they didn't show was when the ball was being played by Louis Page got bundled over. There's a lot of dark arts football going on then, isn't there? Watch them Wolves, Tom. Yeah. I reckon Wolves might stay up. I'm a bonkers one now. I'm near the bottom of the predictions league because I'd say crazy stuff. But I just don't know. They're in a good run of form now. I mean, they get one win, Wolves. You never know, do you? And then they get the second, and it's like, hello. Great escapes are there to be broken, but we will see. Thrown to Leicester. Page is going to pick it up now. 2 men on him straight away. The press of Wrexham is doing the job. And here comes Kabore again. Hamza's gone sliding and has managed to get it out for a throwing. But they're getting once again closer to our area as we enter the final 2 minutes. I mean, we've offered nothing this second half. I mean, but the thing is, it's a broken record. It's the same game every time we're watching now, isn't it? I mean, this game shot past us completely. We've had one chance, which is a counter-attack. The movement from Ayew to try and give some space and maybe create a passing option wasn't there. He could have dragged a man out of position. That didn't happen either. And then obviously Mavrididi has a pretty tame shot on what should have been a really good opportunity for us. But it's not good enough. You need to create more than that. Going to be thrown to Leicester now. It's gone out of play on the left-hand side. Looks like Nelson's going to take this now. We're going to see how much added time there is coming up because obviously Skip went down for a while, didn't he? So the pain's going to continue for a lot longer yet. Long ball forward now from Vestergaard. Too much on it. There's no one that committed up the pitch. And he's going to bounce around here just in our half. So there's a bit of a mosh pit there with players jumping into each other. Comes back to halfway. Jordan Ayew needs it, and unfortunately he's lost it. Ricardo's come into central midfield here. So the right-back position is completely vacant. Ayew's gone down again. This time the referee's given it. Would you believe it, guys? Hallelujah. We really are a pathetic championship team. I can't disagree with that. And I just... The thing that worries me is I just think the frustration is just overriding everything now. I mean, I think when it gets to this point, and like I don't want to sack a manager, guys. I know it's not all Marty's fault. It's the group, but like we need to freshen this up somehow. Hang on, there's a chance. There's a goal for Leicester. Is it offside? No, it's been given. It's Yannick Vestergaard. I was talking about how bad it was. It was a long ball into the box. Vestergaard used his physicality, guys, and all of a sudden we have levelled it. In the 90th minute, it's Leicester 1, Wrexham 1. The away
back of the net.
He could have been offside as well, guys, but it looks like it's been given. Basically, the long ball came in from Jordan Ayew. It went all the way through. Okoli won that duel in the air. That was the key. Vestergaard got a touch on it, and it's Vestergaard who's going to hit it into the deck. It bounced past Okonkwo, and it is 1-1. Right, guys, do it again. That's our second touch in their box in the second half, and we got a goal. My word, this is going to be the great train robbery on the football pitch. Long ball forward again from Leicester. We've got an impactful final few minutes to go here. They haven't said how much added time is going to be here. I haven't seen anyway. Can't believe it, guys. I mean, it's the most undeserved equaliser in the history of football. And I know I'm being a bit dramatic, but it feels like it in this half, right? Fatawu now plays a long diagonal ball up. Come on, Leicester. Let's just win this game in 2 minutes of utter chaos. We've seen this story before. It looks like this is going to be the result which puts Martí Cifuentes under pressure. And then all of a sudden, we get something like this happen, and we steal the most unlikely of results. We're coming down now the left-hand side, crossed into the middle, and it's hit the centre-back and gone away. Great chance again. All of a sudden, we've woken up. Oh, and Hamza's half asleep there. It was headed down to him, and there's chaos going on. And our Wrexham players hit the deck, and we've got the ball back. It seems to be going in our favour here, you know. Cabore's now fighting for it for Wrexham. I've got to remember to breathe in between this, guys. It's got heavy, and now Vestergaard's just gone buggering. He's just gone right through the back of one of their forwards just to make sure we have the cynical foul made and that we kill the game for a minute here. 92nd minute. Ball played down the left-hand side to Cassare. There is 5 minutes they finally confirmed of added time. Cassare's turned, and there was a glancing effort there. Luckily for us, Wrexham didn't get on the end of it. It was Kiefer Moore looking to get his 5th header of the season. And luckily for us, it has gone past the far post. There could be a famous winner for either team in this year. Oh, my word, that was so close. I think it was. No, it wasn't a Coley. Vestergaard got the wrong side of Vestergaard, and that was nearly from hero to zero for Yannick Vestergaard there. He should have been in front of him. And then he ended up being half the size of him because he was falling over. 93rd minute upcoming here. We've got 2 minutes. Jacob's going to go long with the goal kick, guys. Come on, Leicester. Let's steal this. A steal will do. We need all the points we can get with PSR looming. Monga's got the ball here now. Plays it back to Nelson. We've got to go forward, guys. Here comes Hamza playing it down to Ricky. There is a bit of team spirit here. We've been terrible. We've been utterly terrible, but a little bit of spirit. Fatarulo's killing the attack, playing it back to Okoli. We look like we might be happy with a point. A point's not enough, guys. Ayu does a good job holding the ball up there. Can he play down Fatu? He's gone down again, and this time the linesman's giving it. Ironically, since Jordan Ayu spoke to the linesman, he's been a lot more kinder to him. So I think this is interesting. We got another set-piece opportunity, 5 yards out from their penalty area. Come on, Leicester. This is a dramatic game to what has been a pretty dire second half. Callum Doyle's in the book as well for Wrexham. Fatu is here ready to take this. Hamza is talking to him. It looks like we're going to go for an in-swinger towards the back post. Vestergaard's up again. Can Vesti get his 4th goal of the season? He's got his 3rd tonight, right? Big opportunity now. 94 minutes ticking onto the clock. And it's going to be Hamza, I think. And I think he might lay it off to Fatu to try and play it in deep here. There's 2 men in the wall for Wrexham. We're going to have to get this in, guys. Yannick's currently offside. He's going to have to get himself back on. It's played in by Hamza. It's a poor ball. It's cleared away by the first man there. That's a shame. That was a big opportunity. It's going to come all up to Louis Page, who lays it back off to Hamza. We're back on halfway here. Into the final minute of added time. Comes up to the right-hand side, left-hand side, sorry. Headed clear by Wrexham. We got all our bodies forward. Louis Page again. Back to Hamza. Hamza trying to play it through and unfortunately has lost it. And there's a counter-attack. Oh, luckily it hit Ricardo in the back of the head there. And now we've got a chance to press ourselves, trying to play through. Wrexham sliding in, trying to stop the ball. Here comes Jordan Ayu. This game's got dramatic at the end. It's chaos, guys. Neither team can keep the ball. Both are battling for it. We're getting towards when the referee might blow here. And he has blown, guys. Even before the 95th minute, we have a full-time result. It's ended up Wrexham 1, Leicester 1. And I say get out of jail card perhaps to get a point from that one. But I'm going to pass you back over to Chris as we get towards full time. But my goodness me. Chris, why don't you come back in? I see Wayne's not in at the moment.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, the end of that. I'm sweating at the end of that because that kicked off proper at the end there, didn't it? But it was a very lucky point, like Neil said.
That last 5 minutes was probably the best part of the game so far.
Yeah, I had to remember how to breathe at one point because there was so much going on. The ball was bouncing around everywhere. Both teams were diving in. And, yeah, I mean, it's very undeserved, isn't it, I think? But I'll try to leave you with Wayne a minute, mate, and I'll go have 5 minutes.
You go and do what you got to do. We know where you're going. We know where you're going. See you in a bit,
See you
mate.
with 5 minutes.
Hello, sir.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
All right, let me just get Jim in. Jiminy. I'm very happy.
Why is that, Chris?
I don't know.
Mate?
Jim
Jim is here.
WTF, but for a good reason this week. I tell you what, it's great this. I'm loving this new setup because I can get all the graphics and everything ready, spot on. We don't have to go and have a 5 minute wait because I can have a pee while it's going on. Oh, it's great.
I'm glad Wayne came up with this idea. Well done, Wayne.
Hey.
Well, it's about bloody time. He's been with us how many years?
you know what, Chris? It's funny you've been like chipping in the banter in the chat. You know what I mean? It gets thinking Chris is something like Chris is on speed or something.
Wait until he gives me 5 minutes to tell him how I really feel.
Hey!
The thing is, though, at the end of the day, I think it worked. I did think this works, and obviously Wayne's going to take notes for me as well moving forward. But I was able to keep up with the scores. You know, putting the score. I think it was more of a watch-along experience today.
No, you.
And I have to say,
I never knew how you could do that. To watch, to write, to take notes.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could have done it.
It was really. But if you look at the watch-alongs before, I'm like that most of the time.
Yeah.
Because I'm writing notes down. You know, it's so. And Tom, I've got to say, Tom is absolutely fantastic doing the commentary. In fairness to him, so you know, I think it's worked very well, and I cannot wait for you. Did you hear how you can get the AU stats up?
Yeah, but I didn't get a chance. I did look when you first said it, but I didn't afterwards. So I just made up my own.
That's I can get them up here anyway. Just quickly go through the live scores while we are waiting for Tom to come back. And some good scores here, I tell you. Charlton 1, Derby County 2, Coventry 2, Millwall 1, Ipswich 2, Bristol City 0. A good point for Oxford here, but they probably would have needed 3. But Oxford 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0. Second loss in a week for Preston as they lost 3-0 at Hull. Sheffield Wednesday just gets bad, worse and worse and worse for them. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Birmingham 2. Swansea City 3, Blackburn Rovers 1. I mean, this, wow. West Bromwich Albion 0, Norwich City 5. What the bloody hell?
Norwich are one of the informed teams, though, aren't they?
They seem to be, yeah. And Wrexham 1, Leicester City 1, as we well know. Wayne, I said it a couple of weeks ago. Smash and grab.
Well, it was a smash and grab, and it just shows you, you know, we stayed in the game, didn't we? You know, look, do I think we still need to develop our resilience as a side? Yes. And I think having a clear out with the mix we've got at the minute, we've got a limit on that. But in the last couple of games, I've been really encouraged by the way the side have played, and we stayed in this game. And I think earlier in the season, we wouldn't have stayed in this game.
Yep.
Just looking at the table, Jim, we're down to 14th now because Birmingham have gone above us on goal difference. But it could have been worse. We could have been. That would have been no. We'd have still been in 14th if we'd lost. To be honest with you, maybe Jim, we should have all our defenders up front because it was a Coley who got the assist for Vestergaard. Let's put Dakova, Reed, Ayew, and those lot at the back and do the defending for us.
Whatever works. Although I don't remember who passed the ball, who brought the ball down to Okoli. Oh, that would be Ayew. That's right. So Ayew, Okoli, and then Vestergaard. Who would have had him picked for our only goal?
Well, we wouldn't have done. That would have been a good bet. Which one are you pointing at, Wayne?
Jim, because he's giving Ayew some love for delivering that ball on the code.
Oh, I see what you mean, right? I didn't go back that far. It doesn't count for anything, really, does it? You know? But seriously,
it's all good.
Where are our strikers when you're looking at a position of you know, I could say defender assisting, defender scoring?
Yeah, I mean. No, you're right. And when it comes time, I'll give you a little bit of feedback on one of our strikers, the one that played today. But that's some good hair, Tom.
I was going to say, like, I got so shocked at the end. I went outside, and my hair's gone poof because of what happened, guys, with my head. Because I can't believe what happened at the end of that football match.
He's gone for the Beavis look.
I've gone for the look from Marv from Home Alone, which is probably bad timing. What's been going on with him recently, but
So I've seen him when he's had the Jedward look. Don't go there. Right, well, I tell you what, we're going to do this first. I don't know how. Just bear with me how we're actually going to work this, but we're going to have a spotlight. Is going to be on Jordan Ayew. We were going to spotlight. Oh, that's gone. We were going to spotlight Luke Thomas, but he wasn't picked. So, I mean, he was on for 70 minutes in his last game, and he didn't have one shot, one assist. What was the point of him? How did he do today, Jim? We're talking about Jordan Ayew here.
Right. Well, Chris gave me this assignment, and he picked a controversial player because we know that fans have been outspoken. In fact, two of you guys right here have been outspoken about Jordan Ayew and his play. I think right now he's not the prototypical striker that we all expect. One thing that Marty does with him, he has him playing as a target player up front with his back to the goal. We're used to seeing that number 9 we had before move all about. He does move all about, but he comes back a lot on defense. He does play a little bit to help out. Whether that's good or not, I don't know. I know the one thing I've said for weeks in his defense was he tries to communicate out there. I know before the match started, they had the pregame huddle. He was the one doing the talking. He was the one talking to the team. So I think Marty plays him, Chris, for that experience. I do think it's still a young squad, and a young squad plus players who don't really care, who don't give a damn. Those players out there are past their relevance to the team, but they're just putting time in, like Ricky P and some others. So I think he's got him out there for his experience. He battled and pressured hard early in the game. He faced up with Hyam, their center back, and had some battles early. And I think he forced a lot of mistakes from their center backs. But as it normally is, he started tiring out. I think as the second half started, it was time to start looking at bringing either Daka or someone in for him. We know he hits the deck a lot. He does win us some free kicks. But as somebody put in the chat, he spends a lot of time on the deck. Now, I think our master commentator said today, Tom, I heard you sticking up for him. He was getting thrown around a lot without any calls. He got himself a yellow card for arguing the way he was getting thrown around, and he spoke up for one of his teammates when his teammates got knocked about. But I think the relevance to this team that Marty uses him for is the experience. He is not that guy that's going to create his own shots. He's that guy that's going to play the ball off. That's why I said plays his back to the goal. But I still think he's an asset. But at 34, we need to look for a striker that has all the intangibles that he doesn't. He still can be there for leadership, but we need more.
Wayne, give us your thoughts on him.
Yeah, the bottom line is, I think when we signed him last season, a lot of people down him, but he got what, 4 or 5 goals last season. He only cost 4 or 5 million. He more than paid his way last season. And this season, he's playing number 9 because the other 2 number 9s are crap, basically. So he's the one that's, and it's his age, to be honest. You know, we haven't got somebody to replace him up front. No. So he has to do that. And that guy, the centre off, he was ragging him all over the place. He was falling on top of him on purpose. You know, no wonder Ayew was getting wound up. He'd really piss you off if you were playing with that centre off. And he's not a big guy. He's not a Kiefer Moore. Sometimes as well, the team pumps the ball up to him in the air. He's never going to win it. But is what we've got. And he is doing a really good job. And for his age, the fact that he's willing to do that, I think he's a lot of kudos to him, to be honest.
He's not our long-term guy. We got to realize that. Our fans have got to realize that. He's just a placeholder right now till we get somebody in. And I'm hoping our football manager, Tom, can go sign somebody because we definitely need more talent. but he's the best we have in that role.
Is he? Is he though? Okay. Let me take you up on that. First of all, I should say I did put it up in the chat. I do think that Tom should be the next Will Still, and take over from football manager into real management.
I got a quick point about Jordan Ayew as well, Chris. Do you want to do your bit first and then come back to it? I've got a few bits about Jordan Ayew for this as well.
Yeah, I will do. Yeah, he played 90 minutes. Now this is the guy that you are saying is our best number 9. He got no goals. Oh no, hang on. Who's this? Oh no, hang on. Let me just get Jordan Ayew up. It flicked back off Jordan Ayew then. I didn't think that looked right. What's it bloody BBC are a pain, right? So played 90 minutes. This is our number 9. His expected goals, his XG for our main striker, 0.03. His goals in this game were 0. He had 1 shot. It was on target, I grant you. He got no assists. He created 1 chance. He committed 2 fouls. He won 6 fouls. He made 15 passes with a 73% accuracy rate. No tackles, and therefore didn't win any tackles. If that is our main striker, we are in shit creek, to be honest with you. I get what you're saying, everybody. And Jim, you've looked at him, and that was a better performance possibly than the last time out. Well, it couldn't be any worse because he was a fit fat zeros on all the rest. But that is a sad indictment of where we are at the moment, as if I've just described our best number 9. Wayne said we haven't got anybody. Cheers, King. Cheers, King. Cheers, Steve. He says we haven't got anybody else. 2 words, Jake Evans.
I'm going to say so. Can I quickly say, I think the thing about Ayew today is Ayew put in the effort we want to see. I mean, he's not the perfect player. I tell you what, I think made it really hard for him today, and that was Fatawu and Mavrodidi. Fatawu barely touched the ball in this game, and when he did, he actually looked to get it away as far from him as quick as he could. I don't know if his head's turned because there may be a transfer coming up. He doesn't want to get hurt, but he looked like he was scared of having the football half the time. I think that makes Jordan Ayew's job twice as hard today. And look, he's not the perfect player. We don't play particularly well for our forwards anyway. The thing I appreciate is the effort and the bite and the bit of passion he showed, because if you think back to when we were looking around the group and going, who's those that are going to be accounted, right now, beggars really can't be choosers. And I think the more players we have on the pitch, the more likely we're going to dog shit a result like we have tonight against all the odds, really.
And Chris, one more thing on my notes that I forgot to say was, Tom just alluded to it. They didn't get him the ball. The wingers did not bring the ball into the area. He had like 1 touch where it came in, didn't handle it well, and he had that 1 shot. But we've got to provide, whether it be him or someone else, the ball in the box, in the scoring zone, so he can put it at least on target. I'm just not a Daka fan, and I don't think he's any better. I'd take Jordan Ayew any day.
No, don't get me wrong. We agree on that. 100%. Daka's even worse. If Daka had had that 1 shot, it wouldn't have been on target. We know all that. And we have got Jake Evans, like I say, but it is a poor indictment of where we are as a club that is our main striker. Go on, Wayne. Yeah.
There's one thing. There's a guy. It was on the BBC podcast. Mark Goodacre. I've chatted with him a couple of times on X, and he just go down to all the under-21s, and they asked him, and they mentioned about Jake Evans. He says, "Well, look, have you seen Jake Evans? If you go and watch him in a match, he is a small guy." So I'm sorry. I just think Jake Evans. It's like when Marty chucked a Luco in that match where Abdul sort of made him get his first booking. It wasn't the right game, and I don't think this was the right game for Jake Evans. I think they were really physical at the back, and I think as the game got on, maybe bring him on. But I just think that was it. Wrexham are a good physical side. In fact, Ayew, he must have got fouled 30 or 40 times in that game. And I do agree with what Tom said. It's okay getting the ball, but then that's when your wingers have got to come on and link with you and the midfield. And with losing JJ, we lost that out midfield. The wingers haven't been doing it really all season and leaving the fullbacks exposed. So I get what it's not just Ayew's age. I think he does run around a lot, but it's his support, isn't he? You know, as Jim and Tom said, that's not clicking, so that can make him look worse than he is. But he's trying his best, and he is trying his absolute best.
And I wonder what the younger players, what he showed them. To Tom's point, he didn't quit fighting till the end. He played hard the last minute. Now, granted, you know, at his age, probably not as quick as what we needed, but he fought all the way through the end. Once again, not making excuses, just saying I liked his fight and his desire, and I think that's why we came back.
He's 5'9", just out of interest. I don't know how tall Jake Evans is, but Ayew's 5'9", and look, you can
6 foot.
6 foot is he? Right. So
174, if you really want to know. He's from Ghana.
what? Jake Evans?
No.
I was 5'9", according to Transfermarkt. All right, 5.97, but I don't round up; I round down for the sake of me winning the argument. I'm not sure with Jake Evans, but look, you can have all the passion that you want, but that doesn't win. You can have some sort of. If he's not going to do that role. And the role you've described and what he's done, that's the number 10. You know, as Clibbo said, he's not the number 9, is he? Anybody?
Wayne.
So just take a point on Clippo's point. Ayew's never a 9. Shit. Sorry, I'll challenge that.
Yeah.
So what solution is Clibbo offering out of the squad we've got to play instead of Ayew then? What option is there?
Well, we'll see.
Until we get Diabate in, we're having a clear out. You've got the squad you've got. You've got your limitations you've got, and you've got a player who's playing at 9. Yeah, he isn't a 9, he is a 10, but he's being asked to play as a number 9, and he's doing it. And that's so. I really don't like people like calling players shit when he's playing out of position. He's not a number 9, but he's playing it and he's working very hard and don't get the support from midfield. It's easy to call somebody shit. But I don't agree with that viewpoint.
Oh. Calm down, Wayne. Calm down.
No, it's okay saying shit, isn't it? That's easy words to say.
He's making it look a lot worse with what's going on around him, I think. I think the thing is, if we were actually a team that could play this system well, and as you saw, the way we equalised, we weren't even playing the system well, were we? It was chaotic football there. I was losing my head trying to keep a track of who was doing who. 70% pass rate at best if we're lucky from them, because half the passes went straight to Wrexham. I mean, you know, I feel for him a little bit, because I think, like you say, Daka probably wouldn't have put in half the amount of effort. He would have just gone, well, I'm going anyway, so I'll wander around a bit.
Jordan Ayew's main position is centre forward. His backup positions are right winger and left winger, which we've seen him obviously play. But I look, I'm only going off what it says on Transfermarkt. You know, he's not. The other thing as well, Wayne, I'll come back to you, then we do need to get into the match, but let me come back with this point. He's leaving at the end of the season. We're over halfway through this season. Shouldn't we look at bedding players in ready for next season? Because if suddenly all these players we're losing, the Sumaris, the Winks, the Ayews, if we're suddenly all losing them, and we suddenly throw all the youngsters in at the start of next season, because we know however well they play at the in the pre-seasons, it's a load of bollocks, because pre-seasons are neither use nor bloody ornament. They're a fitness exercise. Shouldn't we getting these players ready without a sorry, I'm looking at the screen there. Shouldn't we be getting these players ready to come into next season when we might have a chance of fighting at the top? Thank you, Neil.
Yeah, I agree with that, Chris. I'm really big fan of the young kids. I believe in them. I believe they've got no fear, but you've got to be careful. It's like Mark said, he goes down to the under-21s. Jake Evans is a very small lad. So he questioned whether he would go straight, how well he'd do in the first team. He said, because there is a big difference in the football. And yeah, that would be ideal. It's like we've all got what we'd ideally like.
Yes.
But well, double down then, Clibbo. Carry on doubling down, mate. That's your choice. But I think it's easy to slag people off and to criticise when people are trying and doing the best. And unfortunately, we've got two forwards. We tried to bring the Carranza in, didn't work. Dakar, it's never worked. And until we recruit, which hopefully we will do in the summer, then I use the only number 9 we've got. Yeah. And then hopefully we will introduce Evans and Page will get more time. And, Monga might play as a 10 because they're all things we'd like to see. But at the end of the day, IU played as number 9 and we got a 1-1 against Wrexham, who are an informed team.
And AU is off in the summer, but I tell you this, there's other players who might be off, like Fataru, for example, who looked today like they didn't want to get involved. I leave Jordan AU credit.
Before we get on to Fataru, let's just concentrate on that. Sorry, Tom. I just want to concentrate on AU because you know me, I'm easily distracted. I got the memory of a goldfish, so I'll go off on one. I forget what my question is. I haven't got the height for Jake Evans. I've got it for Jake Edwards, but I haven't got it for Jake Evans, so I don't know. It is all about opinions. As fans, I think we are entitled to call players shit because that's what we think. That's what we think. Yeah. I get totally what you're saying, Wayne. It is a case of who else, but there is a who else there. It's like Ruud van Nistelrooy last season. Last game of the season, who does he bring on as a substitute? Buenete, who was going after that game. So what was the point of bringing him on? We were already relegated. These are the questions. And like we say, we cannot have this position where we've got players that aren't ready. We should be looking at this now. Less than half the season left. We should be blooding these players. Definitely. Put him on the bench. Don't use him against Cheltenham. Then drop him off the bench for 2 games altogether. The guy, I'm sorry, Marty, we've talked about this before, Marty has got to go, And maybe if we got a different manager in who played to the players' strengths, and I'm including AU in that, then we'd be a lot happier. Because AU, just like you say, AU's not getting the ball, so how much can he do? It's difficult. And he hasn't got the money in the bank with fans, if you like, that Vardy had. I do love this comment from Steve that he said this is predictive text at its best. It's a sudden diamond of a football club that wears the number 9.
He meant it's a sad indictment of the football
club. Sad indictment, yeah. He did add that afterwards. But I love predictive text. Look, guys, shall we have a look and see what Steve had to say post game?
Well, that was a waste of evening. Travelling down here to watch that shit show. Honestly, what a honking performance. Honestly, I don't know what we have to do to get rid of this manager. We didn't even celebrate the goal going in. We just stood there, ironically cheered. Lots of boos at full time. Lots of what the fucking hell was that? And yeah, we left IU on. He was taking so fucking long to take a free kick. I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore. But luckily I get a week off Saturday, which will be nice, and then back again after that. But when's an international break? Because I tell you what, I'm looking forward to that. Anyway, cheers.
Not a happy chappy.
Am I missing something? Did we lose 2 or 3-0? Yeah.
Well, if we would have lost 3-0, Steve would have left a long time ago. So
no, that's very true. And the funny thing is, and I said this about the game at the weekend as well. Look, he's absolutely wet through, and he couldn't leave early because we didn't concede 3 goals. I mean, are we grasping at straws, Jim, when we look at it and say, well, it was 0-0 at half time? Again, is that not another sad indictment of the club?
No, not really. I mean, to be quite honest, I expected Wrexham to come out and be really upset that they lost last week and take it out on us back on their ground. I really did. I was cheering for them. I picked 2-1 in the prediction league because I really thought they were going to come out strong, upset from their loss. They didn't show me anything. I mean, of course, our second half woes got their one goal for them, but they didn't show me what I expected. So at 0-0, you even said at the halftime, that wasn't a bad half. And I told Wayne well into the second half, right after Wrexham scored, I said, we're still in this. We are still in it.
Because that goal, it was against, well, I'm not necessarily against the run of play, but if we'd have gone 1-0 up, it was one of those games, wasn't it? If we'd have gone 1-0 up, you'd have said, fair enough. They went 1-0 up, fair enough. It took them till the
63rd
minute to score. So we did, and they did come out and batter us. And like I said in the chat, any opposition manager worth his salt would say, guys, we're playing Leicester. They're shit just before half-time, and they're shit just after half-time. Those are the times you need to be concentrating on. Thing is, I want to talk to you about, Tom, and you are in the goalkeepers union. What does Bekovic have to do to start? That was Zlachic's fault, and you can put the argument up. It was wet. You know, it was raining. Goalkeeper gloves these days. You know, I've got a pair of socks on here with little bits on the bottom that stop me sliding on my wooden floor. Because I do tend to, when I've had a few sliders, I do tend to go over slide on the laminate flooring. Exactly. I do my best, Torval and Dean. So I've got those, and I haven't fallen over since. These gloves, they are designed to the same way. What was he doing?
It was a big mistake. He looks to me like a goalkeeper that is second-guessing himself at times, though we even saw little glimpses of it at other parts of the games. He's getting towards the Luke Thomas position now, where it would be the kindest thing to drop him out for a game and put Begovic back in and do some work on the training pitch, because the problem is he's not bouncing back from it in the next game. We saw it against Coventry as well, where he was a bit flappy, and Jordan Ayew got into him as well. Yeah, I mean, I can't defend it. I think at that point, you're going in to try and catch the ball, grab the ball. You know the ground's wet. You anticipate what the ball's going to do in the ground's wet because you know it's going to be different. They wet football pitches, Chris. We know what a wet pitch plays like. I know it was soaking, but come on. You know, I mean, the thing that gets me is that was there a little bit of fear in him that he's going to get conked on the head by going down and trying to grab it? But that's what you do. You just take the shot on the head, unfortunately, and you grab the ball. You do, you know. It's a commitment, isn't it? It's similar to what we said about Fatu, not to go back to, but it's the commitment. Yeah, so I think we need to put Begovic in for the next game, just because I think, unfortunately, it's going to keep downward spiraling until he has a break and we work on some things behind the scenes.
Jim, Wayne, either of you disagree with that, or would you have Bekovic in against Oxford?
I think it's the worst game I've seen Jacob play for a while. So, yeah, I think a change would be good. A change would be good for the team. Change would be good for his psyche. And certainly a change would be good for the fans.
Wayne?
Yeah, I agree. 53 minutes, I made notes. Zlachic's save, parried it to the middle of the box, which meant that he had to save a second shot. And the goal, he parried it. You know, that especially like as Tom described the conditions, you've got to push that ball out to the side of the box. You've got to push it where no players are to. It is not unforgivable, but as a keeper, one of the first things I'd imagine you learn is if you stop a shot, parry it out wide. Don't parry it in front of the goal. Yeah, it's just a shame really, because it got the promise, hadn't it? As you said, Chris, with Everson, you know, we all thought Everson needed to go and Zlachic was the guy, but you know. Was that the case?
But we can only see. Everybody says, "Oh, we can't see what goes on in training." No, we can't. We can only see what goes on the matches, and we're seeing him make mistakes. We're seeing Everson got one of the highest clean sheet records in the Championship this season. But then, in fairness, he's probably got a half-decent defence in front of him. And I'm totally losing it because I've got two screens in. I'm trying to send Alan a message back, and I'm typing on the wrong keypad. So I'm completely lost it.
The end of the game got to you, Chris, like it got to me there. My head was exploding with what was going on.
let me ask you then, because I actually put a comment in the post like Coley's doing okay at right back, and then I deleted it. So I'm thinking, hang on, Coley isn't a right back. He's like, the right of the centre backs. And then I'm looking, thinking, well, where the fuck's Ricardo? I had no idea whatsoever what we could have been playing 1-1-1-1-1-1-1 formation for all I know. There was no shape. There was a shape that my granddaughter at 10 months could have drawn, which was like that. There was no. What the hell were we doing?
It went bonkers at the end there, didn't it? Yeah, I mean, Ricardo ended up drifting into midfield and he was gone, and then his positioning wasn't great. I mean, I think now if we're going to even consider Ricardo, play him in midfield where he's not going to be as exposed. My goodness me. But even then, we're probably taking a risk if he's not got the pace or the intelligence in his game left anymore, because he did not have a good showing tonight and he started to lose his discipline. But I mean, this is what the funny thing about all the arguments we're having tonight about this, including the players and going, so-and-so is not very good, so-and-so is not very good. I'm sorry to say it again, but this comes down to the manager. Like, I'm so sorry, but it does come down to the manager, because the thing is that they're given what they can to work with, and I'm seeing players out there now showing an actual frustration to the point where they're not sticking to a certain tactic and they're going off and doing their own thing because they're trying to make a positive effect on the game. And then there's opportunities. Luckily for us tonight, it worked out in our favour doing that, and we got a point from it. But it is not a plan that is going to lead to any sort of success with this football club going forward, guys. I'm sorry. Like, I think it's untenable now after that. I think it looks like if now the players played.
It does have to end with him, doesn't it, Jim? The buck stops with the manager. You can argue that, he's not getting the support from top, which it looks like because he's never bloody here. You could say that the players are not performing for him, but it's up to him to grow a pair and say to top, we've got to do something. What you doing? I need a meeting with you. It's up to him to say to the players, if you don't fucking perform, I'm dropping you.
No, I think you're both right. I mean, we talked on this show after this weekend, after the last match. You had us vote. You had us vote Marty in, Marty out. And I said that the time was coming, but I really wanted to see the effort that this team gave in this match. That was my answer. And in the first half,
in fact, I've written that down somewhere and I can't find it. Oh yeah, look, I've written down here. Look, Jim, I've written it down. See what fight Marty brings to Wrexham before deciding if he goes.
Right.
Well remembered.
Oh, so very good. So I think that we did show something in the first half. I think in the second half, Marty's lack of making changes put us in the point where we could have lost the game. The fact that the players still had fight, and I disagree with whoever said, I think it was Steve, that they pretty much scored the goal on their own. No, these players had to score. Our players didn't give up to the very end. Now, that had fight into it. But I think Marty's ice is pretty much not just thin anymore. It's caving through because of the inability or reservations for making changes. He's got to make changes. And when they come in, he's got to change things instead of like players. So the only thing I've said, Wayne said it, what are we going to get otherwise? How do we know it's not going to get worse? We don't know.
No, but I know it is. All I'm going to say there is Scooby-Doo, where are you? Unfortunately, I couldn't get it with the likeness of Rude and Marty because I'm not allowed to. But I think that pretty much sums up how I'm feeling about Marty at the moment. I don't know whether, Wayne would... Tom said during the commentary, Wayne, that, would we actually, he thinks we might have been better off if Rude had still been here. And I could say, I couldn't necessarily argue with that.
Yeah, I've got a different view of Marty because I think he's got the weakest squad that we've ever had. So people like me saying, oh yeah, if, like, for instance, Enzo got sacked, would you want Enzo if he came back? And some people are even saying, yeah, I would like Enzo when he came back. He had the most expensive championship squad, I think, ever assembled. and he nearly screwed it up. And you ask all the fans, all my customers that I chat with regular, season ticket holders, 30, 40 years, they were quite bored of that football, and they said he nearly screwed it up. And the one thing is with Marty, he's got the weakest squad that we've ever had. And that's not because he's a shit manager. That's because as a club, we are having a massive clear out. So you're picking from a squad that's got rid of most of its, most of the starting 11 from the beginning of the season. So, is he making mistakes when he brings Page on? Sorry, when he brings Monger on, would I love him to play Monger as a 10 and keep Mavididi out wide? Yeah, of course I would. That's my preference. Would I like him to bring Page on earlier? Absolutely. But do I think he's got a real threadbare squad because we're having a clear out to try and meet PSI? Yes.
I take what you're saying. Clibbo says they're looking forward to what he says in his press conference. It will probably be the same as he always says, as most managers do, in fairness. Gray says, sorry, Wayne, it's his job to get the best out of what he's got, and he falls well short. That is the point that I want to come back to you with, Wayne, is, yes, we know these players are shit. Yes, we know that the players are shitter than they were last season, because the half-decent ones we sold. McAteer, James Justin. It was all right. It was shit at right back, but it wasn't his position, was it? So, but we sold the best of the bad bunch. So he has got a bad deal. But what manager goes in and says, "Oh, I'm going to play 3-5-2 because you played that last season and lost 17 in a row, and you've lost some of your best players. I'm going to do exactly the same." And again, how many times has he played this season? And the only time we've looked like winning is when he changes it to a 3-5-2. I'll go back. Sheffield United, 4-4-2, 3-0 up at half-time. Changes at half-time to 3-5-2. We get 2 goals back and we get Chris Wilder really worried. We then play them later on, within the month. They're at home. They play 4-4-2 again. What does he do? Oh, he starts with 3-5-2 again. Oh, sorry, 4-2-3-1, whatever it is. Starts with 4-2-3-1. And we lose 3-1 again. The guy is a fucking... I can say he's taking up somebody else's oxygen. He really, really is. If he is that thick that you think, well, I lost playing that way before, I'm going to play that way again. What the... he might have the shitty squad. And if he had the balls to actually try and different things, try different formations, then I'd be saying at least he's trying. And I said that about Rude as well, but they're not. And, it's the old saying, isn't it? Insanity is trying to, thinking you're going to do the same thing over and over again, thinking you're going to get a different outcome. Chris Florian, News at 10, Paul.
Do you feel better for that, Chris? Well, the thing is, I know Tom feels that way. I know you, and I'd say 90% of the chat feel that way. Do I agree with his formation?
The way you feel, you're more than entitled.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, but so do I agree with some of his subs and the timings? No. Do I agree with sticking with its absolute formation? No, because Man City play 4-1-4-1, Man United play 4-4-2, Man United play 5 at the back. The managers are flexible, and Marty isn't flexible, and I don't like that about him. I think that is a real Achilles heel, and I don't know whether he's sticking it because he doesn't believe. Well, he's just absolutely stubborn. I said, but what I do think is, I think for where we were and what we had to do to have the massive clear out, if we end up halfway this season, it depends. If we don't make any signings in Jan, but if we make 1 or 2 decent loan signings in Jan and Diabate, we have a chance to have a real good go at bringing the youngsters in for the rest of the season. If Marty doesn't do that for the rest of the season, I am definitely for Marty to leave. But as with Cooper, a lot of the fan channels and the younger fans and the 4-2-3-1 purists, if you want to be honest, were part of the group that hounded Cooper out. They absolutely did not want Cooper. They didn't want Wilder. They didn't want Dyche or any people like that. It's only now we've had a couple of 4-2-3-1 managers that a lot of people then saying, yeah, well, we would have Dyche or we would have Wilder. So it's easy after things have happened to then start criticising. But I'm sorry, but most of the fan base, they wanted a manager like Mark. They want the 4-2-3-1 managers because they viewed it as Pep's the beautiful football. Whereas most of the better football in the Championship and now in the Premier League is not 4-2-3-1. So I don't agree with Marty's formation often. But do I think with whereabouts we probably will end up with having the massive clear out? Yes. So I think in some elements the criticism is unfair. That's just my viewpoint.
I just, in defence of you, Wayne, I don't see the club being able to appoint anyone who's particularly different than Marty, because Ruud van Nistelrooy was very similar, and that's I don't have faith in the club to be able to replace him in the right way. Anyway, I personally think right now we're in a Celtic situation where maybe a manager is going to simplify the game for the players and go, your job is to go and do this, and to ensure they fulfil that, be it Fatoury, make sure you're coming inside and doing this, rather than him do utterly nothing tonight. Really, I think that would be very helpful for us right now, but it isn't a long-term solution. But I think it would refresh the club a little bit. But I get your point, mate. I don't think Leicester would even think about that at the top end of the club anyway.
I'm going to go back on that and come back to you on that, Tom, because I was speaking to Reece the other day, last night, in fact, on Fox's forum too, and because I said when I suggested that Wilder, I could understand why the club might have gone for Wilder because of his experience and what have you. I was literally roasted alive. And as Reece said, actually, well, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but yeah, it might have been the right choice to make. Who do we get? That is the question. There has to be managers out there that are in the lower leagues, like the Martin O'Neills. You know, he came to us from Wycombe and Norwich and what have you, but he wasn't at Norwich very long. But, you know, there's going to be managers in the lower leagues that would still come to Leicester. You know, we are still an attractive club in some, to a lower league manager. You wouldn't get Enzo coming back. You wouldn't get Thomas Frank coming if Spurs were to sack him, you know. But there's younger managers, and I think it's Scott who keeps going on about the guy from Scunthorpe, is it?
From Stockport, from Stockport, Dave Chandler,
who would probably jump at the chance. And if they don't play 4-2-3-1 and they try different things. And that's what we want as fans. We just want to see, okay, we understand you've tried that. It hasn't worked. But you're not trying it. And that's what I think pisses the fans off.
Ironically, they don't want a manager who is like Nigel Pearson when we need a manager who's like Nigel Pearson, because we need someone who's going to manage the bloody football club, Chris, because they aren't doing it. And they're not going to appoint that manager. That manager might very well have been Chris Wilder. You've got a point.
Jim?
And I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not saying that the fans shouldn't feel the way. My question is this, and I said it before: who are we going to get at this point, and what's it going to do to the squad, to the club, if we can maintain Marty and he keeps us up? Which I see things in the chat, and it just makes me go crazy that we're going to get relegated. We are not going to get relegated. We will stay up, which is what we need to do. Why can't we wait to the end of the season, let him finish off? The club can then spend this time from now to the end of the season to pick the manager they want. Because what's going to happen, they're going to pull the trigger. They're going to do something dumb, sack Marty, get somebody in. Who knows who it's going to be. And it may be another catastrophe. Then they're letting go another manager.
Look at West Brom tonight. West Brom never should have made that change, because look, they've just got hammered at home by blooming Norwich tonight. And I tell you what, this does remind me of the year we got relegated to the league when we made a change for Holloway then, didn't we? And look what happened. I do agree, it is such a gamble, but it's almost like we're holding on to a 4 out of 10, hoping we don't give that up for a 3 out of 10. It's so difficult, and it's a lack of faith we have in ownership. I think everyone in the chat can agree with that.
Do you think we're going to go down, Tom?
Do you think
we're going to go down?
I think if we get a points deduction, there is the possibility. However, I will say, impressed tonight by seeing the players. Okay, they weren't great, but there was fight in some of them, and I didn't see that until tonight. So that is some little nugget of hope that if we did get into a battle because of a points deduction, then we might have a small chance. But I don't think Marty could manage them in the way to be proactive to counteract a relegation fight either. It's a bit concerning. It's just concerning about where the club is, Jim, isn't it? Above all that.
Yeah.
Jim, sorry, Wayne, sorry, did you want to say something?
Yeah, the one thing with regards to the relegation fight, I agree with Tom, but I don't think that's particularly a reflection on Marty. I think that because many times we've talked about the lack of leadership in this group, and that could be a Huth, Morgan, Kante just doing what you need to do in the middle of the park, Albrighton, giving, but so we haven't had that backbone for a long time, and we've lost our senior players that a lot of the younger kids used to look up to or should do. So that's the group of players we've got, and I don't think even Cohen from the fantastic Jags, who's building brilliant team spirit, and even during difficulties and adversities and defeats, still puts a positive spin on it, still finds a way of getting a victory out of that. I don't think he'd be able to garner a fighting spirit out of the squad. I think this season we will not have that, but I do think we'll just have enough. It's like when we're in the Premier League, what was what we're hoping for? Just finish 17th and don't get relegated. We panicked, changed managers, and we got relegated, and we played horrific football. Sometimes changes can go well, but the other thing about changing managers as well, you then got another salary. You've got to pay that manager till the end of the contract. So is that really the model that you want to go down? Changing the manager all the time. I think if we stay to the end of the season, we've got enough players to avoid the drop. The PSR will mainly be sorted out, and that was a brilliant. I listened at work, Chris. That Stefan Borson show with you and Tom. Wow, the information on that, and that guy. It looks like he clarified what he needed to tell you.
It's funny because a lot of people in and it is social media for you, were saying, who is this guy? He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's never said anything right about Leicester. How does he know? And I'm like, as I said earlier, to put it bluntly, that was probably a guy with no O-levels that's painting walls or something. No disrespect to anybody. And this guy is a guy who that's his job. You know what I mean? He's got degrees. I didn't follow a lot of what he was saying, but I'm not that clever. I'm as thick as they come. I got an O-level in maths and computers, and in art and computers, and I spent the first 10 years painting Dells. The problem is, though, Wayne, I'm going to say we have had, right, if we go back to what's 10 years ago today, 2015.
Yeah,
2016.
Where was Wrexham 10 years ago, and where were we at?
Well, no, I'm just going to say, right, so Claudio Ranieri was our manager then. So within 10 years, we've had we're not going to count caretakers, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I thought I was right. I was just double checking. I was right. And I said 9 managers in 10 years. Jim, Watford haven't even had that many. And that's a very good point that you made. And every time I think about it, I'm thinking, like, this isn't his squad. You can't polish a turd. And I'm thinking all that. But then I go and see the performance, and I see that he's not trying to do anything different. But what is the point of changing him at this stage?
That's an indictment right there of the club. 9 managers in 10 years. That's really sorry. That stat stands out more than any shots on goal. Anything that you give us when you're with that cider and all those stats, the cider man stats, that in itself just tells where we are as a club. I mean, how are they going to get any consistency? You're right. I think what Wayne's saying, and I'll back it. I'm not saying I like Marty. I'm not saying he's our forever go forward manager, But I think right now it's a disruption. Get through the season and stay behind them. We got to stay behind them as a team. We have to.
Sorry, Chris, just one final thing. Although I sort of have defended, not Marty particularly, but just the position the club are at in having that clear out, and so the quality of the squad and the temperament, I cannot stand managers that just do 4-2-3-1 or stick to 1-4. It's such a lazy way to manage, and it's a non-intelligent way, and it's also insulting to the teams. And that's my biggest gripe with Enzo, because he would not change, and teams sat back in a bank of 5 and 4, and they could not break his. We couldn't break him down because he was too passing the ball around in these. So I hate 4-2-3-1, and if Marty carries on that way, I'd say when the summer comes, we need a new manager. But I don't see the point in changing him now. I think it's panic, it's short-sighted. And it's very disruptive, actually, to the younger kids who are also being introduced into this team.
It's interesting because I do this show and then I go and do the review show on a Monday. And Clibbo, I notice you're in. Would you be free tomorrow at 9 to do a review show? Because we've got all... everybody's on Wednesday, so it's all messed up. Let me know, mate. So... And I've calmed down by the time we get to the Monday night or tomorrow night, because I've got me sort of serious head on. Like I said the other day after the watch along, we can't afford to sack him. We've got to stick with him. This isn't his squad, but he has to show me that he wants to change. And like I said, Tom, in that match, 75. As soon as I said it, he made a change. But 75 minutes. We'd made 2 substitutions. Both of those were for injuries. And we'll come on to that in a second with Jim. But we hadn't made a tactical substitution at that time. 63 minutes, we went 1-0 down. 15 minutes later, still no substitutions. They should be had, as soon as we went 1-0 down, they should have been saying to the subs, and we may have done, get up and warm up. And he should have been getting an idea of what he wanted to do as soon as we went 1-0 down. Because if he's thinking, I'm going to stick with these players, they were never going to get back into that game, were they?
No, and it's not the first time we looked at substitutions and questioned them immediately. I still question the first one. I mean, I wonder what this game would have been if we'd replaced mobility with mobility rather than just doubling down and putting Hamza into the centre mid and Ricardo at fullback, because Ricardo was the reason we conceded, one of the reasons. I know Jacob didn't do well, but they got in down that side with Cacer, and he was terrible, and maybe Hamza would have covered that off. I think Louis Page had to be the change there. It wouldn't have changed the system. It would have been a like for Jordan James in carrying the ball forward at least. So yeah, it's disappointing when you see that, and a lot of the time, mate, it's so reactive, isn't it? And I just come back to the boys can't pass. They can't pass to each other. Our passing rate is dropping like flies.
I've been saying that for ages. I said they couldn't pass wind. When I was watching my, I was coaching my kids' teams when I was younger. They could pass better than this. It feel like you've got to say that you've got to get Specsavers in to do an eye test in the dressing room before they go out to make sure they're not colourblind. Because guys, we're playing in blue, and that was the thing on Saturday. And I think I said, against Cheltenham, we got a lot of youngsters in there, and they played together sort of through the different age groups, and you could tell because that was the best game of the season for players actually being able to pass to each other.
And what's maddening about it is as well, Chris, is that we could go long. If we can't pass, let's get some bigger guys up top and go long. And then let's just completely cut out the middleman, because our passing rate is showing us we can't do it. And let's win the ball high up like a lot of dirty championship teams do and try and score goals by just putting a lot of volume in. We seem to be just beating a dead horse, and we're not learning from the fact we're not getting any better at it, but we keep doing it. This is why the game's the same every week, and I get more and more frustrated. I do think the players are going to go to the top next time he's around, which will probably be next Christmas, by the way it's going. And we'll probably say to him, look, the manager's crap. I think it's going to happen because those players do not look like they want to play for him.
No.
Sorry.
Jim, I'm going to play this because this fits in very nicely with talking about substitutions and like for likes and what have you. Probably the best ever British manager was Sir Alex Ferguson. Didn't like him when he was manager, but my God, when you look at his record, you've got to say, is there anybody better? And I just want to talk to you. I just want to play you this video that Clibbo sent it to me.
Then with 15 minutes to go, what's the point in sitting with your back four, your regular midfield and 2 strikers? What's the point in it? The risk is shove people in the box because the other team react to that. You shove 3 and 4 in the box, get the ball in there. That's the risk because you can lose the breakaway, the counter-attack quite easily. And we lost games that way. I remember, I think it was Newcastle, Ollie Gruner got sent off with bringing the player down the last kick of the ball. But the value is, you score in the last minute or injury time. Remember the dressing room? It was electric, absolute electric. The fans are going home, they can't wait to get to the pub to talk about. They can't wait to go home and tell their wife and their kids what it was like at Old Trafford to score in the last minute. That's the value. There's no point in flapping about in the midfield with a few passes and no taking the risk of getting the ball in the box. Because you're not going to score for 40 yards. And if you're playing for our club, that risk should always be there.
I can't argue. Well, all right, Fatawu scored for that, further than that. But he's right. And he's saying there, you can't stay with just 2 up front. I'd love to have just 2 up front. But he says, and I know we've just scored in the 91st minute, but he says, go for it. Make the changes. You're 1-0 down, 15 minutes to go. What have you got to lose? I feel like we should send that to Marty.
I totally agree. I was never a big United fan, but how many times did they score at the end of a game to win it, the end of the game to tie it? He's dead on, and that's what you got to do. Absolutely. I wonder, he's not coaching right now. You think he's available?
Hey.
Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to do that, actually. I meant to do this. Where is it? I meant to do this. I do apologise. I mean, I have to say, somebody said Neil Warnock and other players, would we have them, managers. Like I said with Rude, you'd take anybody, wouldn't you, at the moment? But, it is a never-ending cycle. We're saying, we've got to get a manager in and give them time. They're saying Andy King, get him in. And I was looking back on what you were saying about Andy King, Jim. He's part of this. He is part of this. I don't know. I'd love to speak to him and go, are you actually saying to Marty this isn't working and he's ignoring you?
Yeah.
Or have you not got the balls to say to Marty, this isn't working? I'd love to know. But even with Andy King, if Andy King came in and we hadn't won after 5 games or we were still playing the same sort of, crap football, the fans would be after him, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. And I think that's the danger right now of making that switch at this point. But no, just looking at Sir Alex and listening to him say that, God, that is just something that I would love to see. And one thing, he not only did he have Premier League talent, but he had players that had guts. He had players that had desire. He had players that fought every tooth and nail. And I think it was mostly a little bit of the players, but a lot of him. If you hear interviews from some of his old players, I mean, they knew they were going to get their asses chewed if they didn't. And, our next manager, once we solidify all the PSR and get rid of the deadwood, needs to be someone who can challenge that these young players are going to get out there and fight. And that was nice to see.
Do you think, though, Wayne, that a manager like Alex Ferguson now, with his attitude and the way he was, and the teacups and the boots and everything in the face, he wouldn't last 5 minutes with these players because they'd be going to top again, wouldn't they?
They would. Although I do think Fergie is such a great man manager, because that's what he was. Although he did that, he was a brilliant man manager. to keep all those guys and to keep regenerating that team from the defence. But it would adapt. So it wouldn't quite be like that. It'd be his personality in this environment. But interesting, like one of the guys, Michael said, I got an email from the club offering the tickets for the Oxford game, 20 quid. And Ronald says, were they offering to put £20 in your bank account?
Yes, exactly. Before we get on and round it up and get on to the... because I think, to be honest with you, the whole game, rather than individual talking points, I think the whole, the conversation after the game has to be about the whole situation. But Tom, last one before we get on to the performance and man of the matches. Are you worried? We had two players come off there. Our first choice defensive midfielder and our second choice defensive midfielder. Could we see? I did notice you ignored this when I asked this in the show, but fair enough.
Probably didn't see it.
No, I know you didn't. I'm joking. Could we see Samare and Winks in those two roles against Oxford? I mean, I'm hoping the injuries aren't bad, but if they're both out, where do you go?
I don't think we'll be seeing Winks anytime soon, but obviously it's all speculation what we're hearing. But I think he's pretty much going to be waiting now. So the problem is he's got no interest, has he? But no, I'm going to say I don't think that will happen. Maybe Sumare, but not Winks.
Yeah. Well, just talking of that, Marty Cifuentes on Jordan James. He felt his hamstring. We will need to check. Hopefully, it's not a bad one. And then for Skip, he was very, very dizzy. Burst into song there, dizzy. He was very, very dizzy. I need to check with the medical team about how he's feeling. It was disappointing to lose two important players for us. Hopefully they're going to be all right. So no, they obviously can't commit anything yet because the game's only just finished. But I think it was a derby game we played. Might have been under Martin O'Neill, and we literally got something like 3 injuries. We lost the game badly, and we had a one sending off and 2 injuries. It was I could see that happening. And I've got to say, Ricardo got his usual yellow card. Nice to see he's back. He's got to be out for a month now, hasn't he? He's played nearly 2 games in a week. He won't, he'll need a month's holiday. He'll probably be in the next apartment to me in Portugal, in Lanzarote when I go. That's where he is. But and then we'll do this, and then we'll get on to Jim's 3 things to note. For the performance, I'll go first. I thought the first half was all right. And I'm basing that on the fact that we didn't concede. And I mean, again, it's a sad indictment when you're saying that's how you're judging how good a team is, whether you concede or not. I've gone a very dodgy, and I'll say dodgy. If we could give halves, I would have been given a half here, but I can't. So I've rounded it up, and we did fight back at the end. I've rounded it up to a 4. So I've given them a 4. Tom?
Well, the weird thing is we had a makeshift back 4 in this, didn't we? And you kind of think, well, how can you rate this when the back 4 actually did pretty well? Bear in mind, they really shouldn't be a back 4. I mean, the way the mess of the club. I'm going to be really mean. I'm going for a 2. And I tell you why, because I gave a 4 last time against Coventry for 45 minutes. I felt we played the best we have all season. This game, the whole game, we looked so disconnected. I mean, Wrexham were poor, yeah, but I'm going to go for a 2. There was nothing good, really.
He is Simon Cowell, isn't he?
I'm getting like it. Is this team making me like it?
I'd love to be with Alicia Dixon, but that's another story. Wayne, how many are you giving?
Yeah, I'd say with the changes, I'd say a 5, and that's because with the changes in defence, and it was interesting to see Nelson on the left, and you can tell he used to be a midfielder. But I think we're in the game. We didn't concede as we often have within the first few minutes of the second half, and we held out to 63 minutes, and we did stay in the game. We didn't fold after that. Yeah, they were all over us. Yeah, we couldn't really string passes together. could the position and such be different? But overall, for the effort, and the weather there was absolutely atrocious. You couldn't see it on the cameras; it was pissing it down. So I'd say a 5.
A 5. In fairness,
against an informed team as well.
Yeah, and the problem, they've lost one in the last 5. But yeah, I get what you mean. More informed than us, but I mean, we have an outside training pitch, so we know what it's like to play on, in the rain if it's raining. We don't play everything on, in the dome thing, whatever they call it. But yeah, 5. No, I mean, I went 4. Jim, are you going football friends with the 100-year-old man?
No, but I agree with the old guy and all of his comments because I felt exactly the same way. I thought we played well in the first half. I thought the loss of 2 key players in the midfield completely changed the complexion. I thought we had 2 real donkeys in the game, one in goal and the other one in Ricky P. But I thought the players fought. I thought they fought all the way through. I thought they were, as we said earlier, not calling pure fouls against IU and some others. So for the effort, and you always said you cannot score for just effort, for the fact we got a draw on their ground after they have been in much better shape, I went for a 6.
Wow.
So I will go on the opposite. I'll be anti-Tom. I'm sorry. We're allowed to have our opinions.
We are, and I'm sorry. Every time I see Wayne or Tom doing something, I think of Germans. I don't know why. Last week it was Wayne with his whatever up here.
And the show is turning into Dad's Army, isn't it? The longer we go,
Tom's doing this. Put the two together. It is about opinions, totally. And I thought I was being mean with 4, I've got to say. But thank God for you two guys.
I always say effort should be a minimum of any football team. Yeah, there was great efforts. I'm trying to defend my 2 versus your high scores, but I think I'm being reasonable. You've got to have effort. It's just wish we could play football. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
No, and I think mine is definitely on the high end. I think probably Football Friend is probably the best at 5.
Well, you've gone 6. I've written it down, so don't change your mind now.
No,
Alan, obviously, who was at the match and probably very wet, has agreed with one of us. Jim?
not me.
It wasn't you.
I know.
Wayne? It wasn't
me.
you. No, I feel like Anton Deck here.
It wasn't me.
Yes. He's gone 2.
So who do you agree with?
It was half the performance of Coventry. I mean, I gave it a 4 last time. I've got to set a standard. I'm not,
No. I mean, look, I say it is all about opinions, which is why we spread it out like this. I'm just going to check what he actually said as well, because he did actually write a little note with it this time. But he did give them a 2, and he went cold. Do you remember when It'll Be All Right on the Night? And there's that reporter that stood out in the rain, and he didn't know they were being recorded. He goes, and at the end of his report, he goes, cold, wet, totally pissed off, just wants to go home and have a nice warm cup of coffee for ITN at the High Court.
I didn't think I should knock a point off for Wrexham having shit weather.
Yes. He's put cold, wet, crap football, but it's what we do. Fair enough. Now, man of the match. I have actually gone for somebody, and I'm trying to look at the bigger picture here, and there's probably players that probably did have play a little bit better, but I am going to give it, without any worry about it at all, to Nelson. I think that he was asked to play at left back. I mean, let's be honest, that's the other stupid thing, isn't it? Who the fuck was playing at left back? Because, Sky said it was one, the BBC said it was somebody else. We had Ricky P at left, not Ricky P, we had Hamza at left back, and Coley, and finally it was Nelson. and I thought he did really, really well. And I'm gonna put this out here now. You can all laugh at me because I know you do. Have we suddenly found the answer to our left back problem?
Well, the thing is, he was virtually playing the first half on almost left wing. To be honest, he was really pushed quite up. And like I said in that interview, he said he started out as midfielder, and you can see that's why he's so comfortable on the ball. And you looked at when he played it when he was pushing up on the left, he was trying to punch balls through to Ayew right through the midfield. It's so encouraging. That's such an encouraging part of this season.
It was the sort of performance that showed Luke Thomas up, I'm afraid, because it just showed how much more of an intelligent overall footballer Nelson is to Luke Thomas, unfortunately.
But Nelson got forward, which is what you want, the left back to do. But he could get back and he could actually defend, which is something Luke Thomas can't always do. So, I've gone Nelson. There's a couple of people in the chat are agreeing with me. Tom?
It's funny, everyone made at least one mistake. I'm going to go with the guy that made the least amount and one small, and that's a Coley. I'll give it to a Coley.
You're giving it to a Coley.
But Nelson did play well. He was second for me.
Okay.
Made a big mistake with Kabore, though. Do not do that with Kabore ever again when you pass it out and he nicks it. That was nearly a costly one. Sorry, Chris.
No, not at all. But he was this. His first time he's probably played there in years. So I think that he, what are you doing, Tom?
I was miming. I'm picking. Yeah, picking a little fault. Yeah.
Oh right, sorry. 3 words.
Well, you were good at Sarad, mate.
It's a film. It's a book.
Was that Usain Bolt, Jim? With it?
No.
Hang on, I need a drink. You lot are driving me to drink, which you shouldn't do because you should never drink and drive. Remember that, everybody. For me, it was the fact that it just wasn't his normal position. And I think he was asked to do it, and he did it better than the guy that normally does it. Wayne?
Yeah, Coley for me. I just think you see his game developing, definitely. I think Nelson's always had it. He just needs to settle in. But Coley's gaining confidence. Kiefer Moore, he's a bloody handful, he is. Absolute handful. Dead intelligent, good at just really knows all the tricks, dark arts. I know Coley stood up to him, and Kiefer Moore was getting pissed off because of Coley. He had his number, and he really kept him quiet. What's he doing?
Just impersonated Tom. We need to end this.
So anyway, Coley he got Kiefer Moore's number, made him look quite ordinary, and he's a bloody handful. So Coley, and that's another reason. Nelson and Coley, we've got centre backs for the rest of the season. Next season.
Although I did quite like this season, Jim, if it was played for the rest of the season. A Luco at right back, Coley, Vestergaard, and then Nelson at left back. But you're man of the match, Jim.
Well, I agree with Nelson. Rock solid. I liked Skip until they got hurt. But I have to go with Coley. I mean, he was strong all the way across playing in the back. And he was even active up front. He got up there, and his strong upper body and the way he even headed that ball for the equalizer, I thought we are finding right now, and we've been saying it, especially Wayne started with the rant earlier today, which I agree with. We are weeding out those who shouldn't be there, and we are seeing the ones that are going to end up being our future. And it's Nelson, and it's Coley, and it's Skip, and it's JJ. And you think about this group of 4 of us, those are the names we've been saying the last 4 games. So they're settling in. So, Coley hands down this game.
Well, Alan has agreed with one of us, either me or you lot. I just wonder, I don't like him anymore because he's agreed with you lot. He has gone a Coley. I mean, a double header there from from Tom for agreements, definitely football friends. And I'm just putting this back into the chat, guys. I put it in a couple of times. If you haven't seen the Stefan Borson interview from earlier, I tell you what, Tom, it's some good figures for a 3:00 in the afternoon show.
Well, it's a show which really has a lot of scoops in it, Chris, because he was talking about things we haven't even heard about down the line for next year. So it's definitely worth a listen to, guys. Yeah, unfortunately, it might not cheer you up that much, but it's worth a listen to.
When he says you're going to have some good news later, I turned around and said, "Look, towards the end, like, cheer us up. What's this good news that you've got?" I said, "Oh, I've said it."
He said it. It was like a small little part of it. No spoilers. Go check it out, guys. It's well worth it. I'm
like, oh shit! I thought you were going to give us some really good mood. Yeah, Jim, you're 3.
All right.
You're not. You're a lot older, obviously, but you're 3.
First of all, props to you, Chris, for the new format. I hope it went over as well to the people that watched as to the 4 of us. I thought it went well. Smooth as silk Tom with his commentating allowed Chris to get down and do the preparations he needed, the graphics, the questions, and drink a hell of a lot of cider. So I think that format hopefully continues to work, and it maybe it helped with us getting a draw. The second one, we had a good first half, and then we fell back into our second half woes. And we were all just waiting for that first 2 minutes or minute to concede a goal. But we did. We waited later on. But the team fought through to the end. And even though it was not a well-played second half, we were able to get a point out of it. The last bit is just something from me. I believe everybody has the right for their opinion. But I'll tell you what. I think the fans gave up. The Leicester fans in the chat gave up. All I heard that whole second half, just reading the chat, listening, was how bad. Oh, my God, the world is going to end. We're horrible. We should fire this guy. This guy shouldn't be out there. Everything was negative all the way through the second half. There was not anybody in the chat that said, hey, we got a chance to equalize. Hey, we got a chance to equalize. It was really discerning for me to be able to see Leicester fans just giving up. But I'll tell you who didn't give up. Those players on the pitch didn't give up. They fought to the very end. And I think that a lot of these chatters out here need to start looking at what else is out there besides them complaining. They got the right. They have the total right to complain. But my God, let's at least hang in there with your team all the way through. And I think the team did, and I think a lot of the fans didn't. So that's my third thing.
Interesting. Was it Alex Ferguson that said the feeling of when you score a goal in the last minute, you can't wait to get down and talk about it? Wow. How right is he? How right is he? Guys, thank you very, very much. People like the new format. I think it went very, very well. Thanks to everybody for sort of coming along and doing your bit in that. The reason that I'm rushing is because I want to get off, because Jim hasn't actually picked on me this week for one of his 3 things, and I'm thinking that we might come up with one in a minute if I'm not quick in getting off. This is the first time. But no, thank you all very much. Thanks to everybody that's been in the chat right from the start, some 4 hours, 10 minutes ago. I really do. We all do appreciate it. Subscribe, like, hit the notification bell. We're going to be back probably tomorrow with a show in some description talking about it again. And then we'll be back on Thursday. We've got an Oxford fan coming on, and we've got the Prediction League as well, or the Prediction Show as well. And I will leave you with this thought that, I'm going on holiday in a couple of weeks' time, 2nd of October, deadline day. And all I will say to that is that I know I'm going to be leaving it in good hands. And thank you all very much. And I actually booked my holiday accommodation today. I've actually booked a week at the local YMCA. But then again, I don't really want to make a song and dance about it. See you, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.